An afternoon sitting on Thursday, July 30th, commencing at 10 a.m. and at 2 p.m. respectively. The rest of the sittings of Tuesday and Thursdays shall be suspended, and with effect from Wednesday, 5th of August 2020, the House will hold its sitting on Wednesdays only, commencing at 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. respectively. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, is in the House, and so the order of business and the business of the National Assembly is commencing. I'll hand you now over for the live broadcast. Enjoying your viewing. Good afternoon.
We beseech you to behold with abundant favor as your servants whom you've been pleased to quote the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests are committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Member for Dagoretti South, the Honorable KJ Kiari. Can you log in?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to present public petition number 19 of 2020. And this is a petition by the Kenya Public Secondary Schools suppliers regarding delayed payments for supplied commodities. Mr. Speaker, I, the undersigned, and on behalf of the Kenya Public Secondary Schools suppliers and exhibitors, draw the attention of this House to the following: that the declaration of COVID-19 as a global health pandemic by the World Health Organization early in 2020, the government of the Republic of Kenya has been pronouncing various health protocols to curb the spread of the disease in the country. Mr. Speaker, that one of the critical measures taken by the government of Kenya in a bid to control the spread of COVID-19 was the abrupt closure of all schools countrywide on the 15th of March 2020. That at the beginning of the first term this year, the petitioners had supplied commodities worth millions of shillings to various public secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, that the closure of schools before the petitioners could be paid for the supplied commodities occasioned a loss of livelihood for the petitioners, whose main business is the supply of goods to schools. That to date, the suppliers who had already supplied commodities to public secondary schools at the beginning of the first term of the academic year 2020 are yet to be paid. That most suppliers heavily depend on loans from financial institutions to run their businesses, and hence the non-performance of these loans continues to attract interest and heavy penalties. Mr. Speaker, I further draw the attention of this House to the fact that further, the petitioners have not benefited from the numerous economic stimulus program measures that the government of Kenya has initiated to cushion the small and medium enterprises from the adverse economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in order to keep them afloat. Mr. Speaker, that the petitioners have severally sought redress with the Ministry of Education regarding payments of outstanding amounts of money owed to them by public schools, but however, their efforts have been futile. That the matter presented in this petition is not pending before any tribunal, court of law, or independent body. Mr. Speaker, I therefore, on behalf of your humble petitioners, pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Education and Research, 1, inquires into the issues raised in the petition with a view to recommending immediate payment of outstanding debts owed to public secondary schools suppliers by public secondary schools. 2, recommends the inclusion of the public school suppliers in the economic stimulus program that has been rolled out by the government to cushion businesses from adverse economic effects of COVID-19. And finally, Mr. Speaker, 3, makes any order or direction that it deems fit to address the petitioner's plight. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see some members who may wish to make some comments. I can say member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I arise to support the petition. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has affected a lot of businesses, not only this particular business. And again, the suppliers of many schools, Mr. Speaker, rely on the recurrent of that school, which is mostly collected from school fees. And we are all aware that school fees is no longer being collected till schools open again. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with the honorable member, and a solution should be found so that, Mr. Speaker, the livelihood of these particular suppliers is not destroyed. And again, Mr. Speaker, finally, it will be important for school administrators to continue, renovating the schools continually. And I believe, since we have allocated sufficient budget, Mr. Speaker, that could be one of the reliefs where these suppliers who are familiar with these schools can be assisted. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as I support this petition, I remember before we went on recess, I actually raised a matter with the committee in charge of matters education to report to this House, inquire and report to this House on the funds that we allocated in the financial year 2019-2020 up to 30th of June, with specific attention given to that period that the schools were closed, yet there was already allocated funds, and I can't remember that we reallocated those funds in the various supplementary budgets that we have. If that is the case, then I expect the committee to report to us how the ministry has utilized those funds, or why the ministry cannot utilize those funds to set off some of these obligations, given the fact that the government has actually put it as a policy that pending bills must be settled. And this is part of the pending bills. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that this report will be coming now that we have resumed to address not only the issue of those suppliers, but even the wider issue of paying the BOM teachers and the other employees of school management committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kimilili.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support this petition. It is a very important petition, Honorable Speaker, because I believe that during the inquiry into this petition, Honorable Speaker, that schools are going also to be assisted. For example, if they are holding on perishable goods and foods, they should consider selling those foods, Honorable Speaker, turn them into money, into cash, Honorable Speaker, so that they can be able to use that money when school reopens, Honorable Speaker. I know we may have a number of school principals who are holding perishable, goods, including cereals, including, things which can then be sold to be used when the school reopens, Honorable Speaker. So this is a very important petition. I support. I thank you.
Member for West Mugirango.
Honorable Speaker, I also stand to support the petition. Honorable Speaker, since we started experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic, the schools have really suffered, Honorable Speaker. Even us as members of Parliament, we've been receiving calls from various principals who have complained that they are really suffering. Honorable Speaker, these suppliers, most of them took even loans to be able to supply some goods to schools. And the prolonged delay, Honorable Speaker, is not only affecting themselves, but is also affecting their families, as well as the interest is also going high. Honorable Speaker, I support this petition, and it's high time that the ministry reacted to this so that the schools can be assisted. Even the POM teachers and other staff, they are also suffering. There is no pay, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this petition, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Alego Usonga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on this petition. Honorable Speaker, this petition is timely. Since the onset of COVID pandemic, when schools were closed, the government has not been able to remit the regular capitation which resources which is normally used to run the schools. And I think this is the reason why the suppliers and even the employees of these schools have not been paid. So, Honorable Speaker, when we open schools after the pandemic, we may not even find these schools existing because the infrastructure and the schools actually are dead. So, Honorable Speaker, this petition is timely, and we want the ministry and the government to be able to explain why they are not, in addition, why they are not sending capitation resources, which is actually risking in stalling the operations in these schools. Thank you, I support.
Member for Community.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it's indeed timely, that petition. And Mr. Speaker, when you go back to the schools, the suppliers, even the teachers who are being employed on the board of management, Mr. Speaker, they're really suffering. How I wish, Mr. Speaker, that this petition should be handled in a timely manner. And also, if the government can come up with some mechanism, Mr. Speaker, to cushion, particularly the teachers in private schools. Recently, Mr. Speaker, there was this program of the youth in slum areas. I was surprised. I saw some teachers, Mr. Speaker, from private schools going for those particular jobs. So this committee should be able to look at the issues that are cutting across the schools, and if possible, the government should come up with methods or ways of cushioning these people who are suffering, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Finally, member for Kinagop.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to put my voice on this. I support the petition by the Honorable KJ and the petitioners. And from the onset, there is this issue of BOM teachers who are really suffering because now they cannot be paid. The reason being that there is no school fees that is being paid. There are some of us who had put a lot of money in for bursaries to this course. But unfortunately now we cannot continue doing the same, so that then the said teachers are not paid. As Honorable Amalo has brought it up, the issue of private school teachers, I have had so many SMSs coming from those teachers from a constituency, and I believe it's the same in other constituencies, where they are seeking support from the government so that they can be able to support their livelihood and the people that they support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the petition.
Well, the petition is referred to the Departmental Committee on Education, I can see the new chairperson doesn't know that she's supposed to be here. She's still loitering on the gangways there. You know. Petitions are going to come, and then you are just standing at the door there. I mean, surely, some of these responsibilities require for sacrifices. It's not for fun that you see the Honorable Pio and I is always in the chamber. Yes. Very well. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Honorable Kimunya.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, the 28th of July, 2020, in the afternoon sitting. Number 1, legal notice number 130 of 2020 relating to the land registration, electronic land transactions, regulations, and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Lands and Fiscal Planning, which will be referred to the Committee of Delegation. Number 2, legal notice number 131 of 2020 relating to the land amendment regulations and explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Lands and Fiscal Planning. Number 3, legal notice number 132 of 2020 relating to the survey, electronic cadastre transactions, regulations and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Lands and Fiscal Planning. And number 4, legal notice number 134 of 2020 relating to the survey, amendment, regulations, and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Lands and Fiscal Planning. Number 5, legal notice number 97 of 2020 relating to the crops, sugar, imports, exports, and byproducts regulations and the explanatory memorandum from the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives. Number 6, sessional paper number 1 of 2020 on wildlife policy. Number 7, the annual report to Parliament in fulfillment of the constitutional requirement under Article 153, 4B for the Ministry of East Africa Community and Regional Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The legal notices will be referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation, and the sessional paper and the report to the other respective departmental committees. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, July 28, 2020. Report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the Public Finance Management Amendment Number 2 Bill 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by the member for Muranga County, the Honorable Sabina Chege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the question on what plans has the ministry put in place to ensure that and this question goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works, on what plans has the ministry put in place to ensure that jobless youth in all counties, other than those in the slum and urban areas, benefit from National Hygiene Initiative dubbed Kazi Mtaani, especially in the program and projects for the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I would request that a sustainable plan to be provided to this House so that we know how many youth are targeted and how this program is going to be sustained. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question to be responded to through the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Next question by the member for Tharaka. The Honorable Gitonga Murugara.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask question number 90 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning. Number one, could the Cabinet Secretary explain whether the multi-agency task force constituted by the Principal Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning with the mandate of studying, deliberating on and making recommendations on matters of payments of pensions, gratuities, and other benefits to former councillors completed its task as per the terms of the reference. Number two, has the task force submitted its report on the matters, and if so, what are the recommendations, and when are the former councillors likely to be paid their benefits, pensions, gratuities, and other benefits? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question is referred to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Next question by the member for Maragua, Honorable Mary Wamaua.
To the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. Number one, could the Cabinet Secretary provide a progress report on the status of reinstating beneficiaries of Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program in Maragua constituency to the payroll? Two, what steps is the Ministry taking to register more beneficiaries to the cash transfer program, particularly during the current hard economic times resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic? Thank you.
Question is referred to the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare to be responded to. Just to point out that the question by the member for Muranga was, the Honorable Sabina Chege, was a question by private notice, and therefore that committee on Labor and Social Welfare should deal with it expeditiously. It's a question by private notice. Next question is by the member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask this question to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. One, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the status of funding for the Langalanga Machinery Road in Gilgil constituency and specify the date the construction contract was awarded and who the contractor is? Number two, when is the construction of the said road scheduled to be completed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question referred to the Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Last question by the member for Nakuru Town East constituency, the Honorable David Gekaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 125 of 2020. Could the Teachers Service Commission explain the criteria applied to determine payment of house allowance to teachers in the county, and in particular those working within Nakuru municipality? Two, could the Commission provide a list of all public schools in Nakuru municipality specifying the schools where teachers are paid enhanced house allowance? Three, could the Commission give details as to why teachers in some schools, in some primary and secondary schools such as Ngara Primary and Secondary School for the Deaf, Madaraka, Rhino, Nakuru Hills, Kibowen, Elien, Gochuch, and Restruck Primary School, Hillcrest, Nairobi Road, Rhino, St. Maria Veronica, and Latnet Secondary in Nakuru Town Municipality are not paid enhanced house allowances like their counterparts in other similar areas? And lastly, what measures is the Teacher Service Commission, what is the TSC taking to, what measures is the TSC taking to ensure that all teachers from the said school receive their enhanced house allowance, including arrears, some dating as far back as 2019, and also ensure that the said school are categorized as municipality schools? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Your question is seeking a written reply. So the question is directed to be transmitted to the Teacher Service Commission for that written reply. It's a request for statement. Honorable Ede Duale.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I seek to request a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding the killing of 2 residents of Garissa Township constituency in Garissa County by the police. Honorable Speaker, 2 adult residents from Garissa Town constituency, namely Muhyiddin Aden Haji, ID card number 131-17510, and Aden Abdi Madobe, age 51, ID card number 9564147, were killed by police officers under unclear circumstances. It's alleged that they were killed as the police were pursuing a suspect in Garissa Livestock Market, Garissa Town, on Saturday, the 25th of July, 2020. Honorable Speaker, Article 26, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution guarantees one right to life, and Article 244A, Subsection A, C, and E requires public officials, including the police service, to observe high standards of professionalism, discipline, and comply with the constitutional standards on human rights, and foster and promote relationship with the broader society which they serve, as required of the police force. In addition, the Speaker, any police officer must adhere to the provisions of the 6th schedule of the National Police Service Act as revised in 2014 while executing his or her duties. So, Speaker, it's on this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. What steps have been taken to ensure speedy investigation, arrest, prosecution of the police officers responsible for the loss of lives of the deceased? And the Speaker, on this note, I really want to say that I want to thank the IG, the IPOA, the DCI, the DPP for moving very fast and already arresting the 2 police officers. I want to thank for their due diligence. 2, what is the criteria and mechanism of engagement employed by the police during the raids and operations, and how are innocent law-abiding citizens protected from such operations? And finally, Mr. Speaker, what measures is the Ministry of Interior putting in place to ensure that the affected families are duly compensated for the loss of lives of their loved ones, and by when? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statement request is submitted to the Committee on Administration and National Security to give a response as appropriate. The next request is by the Honorable Professor Jacqueline Odwor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I present my statement, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to express sincere regret that the last time, on the 13th of July, Honorable Speaker, I was not able to respond as you sought for me to present the statement. Honorable Speaker, at that time, I also had the honor of representing IPU on a Zoom call. So I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for opportunity today. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standard Order 42C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding increased teenage pregnancies during this COVID-19 pandemic period. Honorable Speaker, although teenage pregnancies is a global problem which existed before COVID-19, the number has increased enormously, and the crisis has helped to expose it as an extremely serious and widespread health and social emergency, which will have long-term implications for the future. Honorable Speaker, COVID-19 has led to the suspension of economic activities and some children forced into income-generating activities to support their family's survival. It is evident that teenagers from poor, vulnerable, and marginalized households now lack access to school meals and sanitary towels. They are at risk from peer pressure, social media, and irresponsible parenting. Further, teenagers are ill-equipped to cope with the trauma and uncertainties of adolescence, hence exposing them to wrong behavior, including transactional sex, to gain access to essential needs. Honorable Speaker, it is on account of these challenges facing teenagers that I seek a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on the following. 1. What measures are in place to protect teenagers from negative impact of social media, pornographic material, and sexual abuse during the COVID-19 lockdown? 2. What specific reproductive health information services has the government earmarked for teenagers to promote healthy living, discipline, and responsible conduct? And 3, what steps has the government taken to strengthen parental care and community protection mechanisms to prevent and detect teenage pregnancies? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The request is sent to the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare to give the appropriate response. There is also a response expected today from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Lands, to a request made by the Honorable Daniel Rono, member for KU South, and from the Honorable Malulu Ijendi, member for Malava Central. Chair, you don't do it that way. Have you forgotten? Honorable Barire, what is your point of order?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I actually did press the intervention button, but I think you were busy talking. You are busy communicating to the chamber, Mr. Speaker. Forgive me for that. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to take up from the Honorable Jacqueline and say that you did also approve a question that was very closely related to what Professor Jacqueline Odwara has sought to ask from the committee today, and that was like 3 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, and the Committee of Labor has not yet called me so that we are able to interrogate that particular question. So I was wondering, since the two are closely connected, if you could guide the committee to see how they can handle this matter together, but also expeditiously, because the issue has not yet been resolved, and we are still on this long break of COVID, and we don't know how much more damage will be done to the young teenage girls and boys in the villages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Thank you very much, Honorable Marire. Perhaps at this point I need to make the following announcement, because you raised the issue that your request was about 3 weeks ago. Now, I want to announce to the House the leadership of the various committees as of today, with the exceptions of those whose leaderships are provided for either in legislation or in the standing orders. A, Administration and National Security. The chairperson remains the Honorable Paul Koinange. The vice chairperson is the Honorable Fatuma Gedi Ali, MP. Agriculture and Livestock. The chairperson is the Honorable Silas Kipkoech Tiren. The vice chair is the Honorable Catherine Warogoro. C, Communication, Information, and Innovation. The chairperson remains the Honorable William Kipkemoy Kisang. The vice chair is the Honorable Jane Wanjuke Njiro. Defense and Foreign Relations. The chairperson remains the Honorable Kato Olametito Yuda. The vice chair remains the same Honorable Richard N. Tony. Education and Research. The chairperson now is the Honorable Florence Mwekali Mutua. And the vice chair is the Honorable Martin Wambogo Ngonjiri. Energy. The chairperson remains the Honorable David Gikaria, and the vice chair is the Honorable Gladwell Cheruyot. Environment and Natural Resources. No changes. The chairperson remains the Honorable Javet Karek Mbiuki, and the vice chair remains the Honorable Sophia Abdinur. Finance and National Planning. The chairperson now is the Honorable Gladys Wanga, and the vice chair remains the Honorable Isaac Waihenya Dirango. Health. The chairperson remains the Honorable Sabina Wanjiro Chege. The vice chair now is the Honorable Joshua Kutuni. Justice and Legal Affairs. The chairperson now is the Honorable Clement Muturi Kigano, and the vice chair is the Honorable Dr. Paul Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel. Labor and Social Welfare. The chairperson is the Honorable Peter Mwadhi, and the vice chair is the Honorable Gideon Koski Kimtai. Lands. The chairperson and the vice chairperson remain the same. That is the Honorable Dr. Rachel Nyamai Kaki, and the vice chair is the Honorable Khatib Abdallah Mwashetani. Sports, Culture, and Tourism. The chairperson now is the Honorable Patrick Macau Kingola. The vice chair remains the same, the Honorable Dr. Korei Olelemein. Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. The chairperson now is the Honorable Adan Haji Ali MP, and the vice chairperson now is the Honorable Ruth Wangari Mwaniki. Transport, Public Works, and Housing. The chairperson remains the Honorable David Kosing, and the vice chair now is the Honorable Gadhoni Wamuchomba. Financial Audit and Money-Related Committees. No changes. Public Accounts, the Honorable James Opio Wandai. The vice chair remains the Honorable Jessica Duko Kikombalu. Public Investments Committee, no changes. The chairperson remains Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir, and the vice chair remains Ahmed Abdisalan Ibrahim. Special Funds Account Committee, No changes in leadership. The chairperson remains the Honorable Kadhuri Muronge, and the vice chairperson remains William Kamren Chilchil Chepkut. Budget and Appropriations Committee. The chairperson now is the Honorable Kanini Kega, and the vice chair remains the Honorable Moses Lesonet. Other select committees. Committee on Implementation. The chairperson remains the Honorable Richard Moitalel Olekenta. The vice chair now is or remains the Honorable Godfrey Osotsi. Committee on Delegated Legislation. The chairperson now is William Kamket Kasait, and the vice chair is the Honorable Charles Muriuki Njagagwa. Committee on Regional Integration. The chairperson now is the Honorable Ali Wario, and the vice chair remains the Honorable Captain Rueda Mohammed. National Government Constituencies Development Funds Committee. The chairperson now is the Honorable Atanas Misiko Afula Wamunyinyi, and the vice chair is the Honorable Omar Mohamed Maalim Hassan. Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee. The chairperson remains the Honorable Jeremiah Ngayo Kioni, and the vice chair now is the Honorable Peter Opondo Kaluma. National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity Committee. The chairperson remains the Honorable Maina Kamanda, and the vice chair is Gideon Mutemi Muliungi. Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library. The chairperson now is the Honorable Justus Mugali Kizito, and the vice chair is the Honorable Jerusha Mongina Momanyi. Members, Services and Facilities Committee. The chairperson remains the Honorable Ezekiel Machogu Ombaki, and the vice chair now is the Honorable Dr. Swarab Majan Mishra. Honorable members, I suppose the rest of the committees. These are the committees. Committee on Appointments provided for. Committee of Procedure and House Rules Committee provided. The Speaker chairs those. Committee on Selection, Leader Majority chairs. House Business, the Speaker chairs. Committee on Parliamentary Powers and Privileges, which the Speaker chairs.
Good afternoon, members of the Fourth Estate, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Fellow Kenyans, yesterday, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta announced the new measures our country is taking in its fight against COVID-19 epidemic. As has always been the case, these measures were arrived at following our nationwide desire to strike a healthy balance between protecting our lives while shielding our livelihoods. Many have agitated for a full lockdown, while others have been in favor of our completely opening up our country without regard to the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, according to this school of thought, herd immunity is a concept that we need, but it is also experimental and therefore not an approach that we can adapt as it gambles away with our lives. With this in mind, as we have said severally, since this virus will be with us for a long time, at least that is an indication, The best approach has been one that responds to your needs while enabling you, the people of Kenya, to do the right thing as you go about making a livelihood. I believe that it was Chinua Achebe who once said that we carry our destiny in the palm of our hands. We are trusting that when we prohibit you from attending bars in the usual manner of ordering what has popularly grown to be called that Kagwe special, sausage, chupambili, kawaida. Now, that is no more. And I am assuming that you will not decide on a plan B. The plan B, of course, or even a plan C, being taking the parties into your homes where you will now expose your families and unnecessarily so, or carrying out your favorite drink to your favorite hideout. Now let me clarify this. The prohibition of the sale of alcohol in all restaurants and eateries and so on does not mean that people can now take their alcohol to those places. The spirit and meaning of it is to stop socializing. That's the idea. The idea is to stop socializing and therefore preserving physical distancing. So it will defeat the purpose if we said that you are not allowed to do that, and then you go to the same place carrying your shupambili. No. Going forward, sausage bili, soda moja. It's a new norm. Sausage bili, soda moja. And if you go to another place, you do exactly the same thing. So I think that clarifies that particular aspect, because people have been telling me this morning that if we go to a restaurant with my own wine, am I okay? And I've said, no, you are not okay. The idea is for no alcohol to be seen in any of those premises. And if you buy and you take home with a whole bunch of people, effectively transforming your home into a shabin or a karumaindo, you will still be contravening the regulations and therefore liable to punishment. Essentially because once you pass a certain number, as you know, the 15 number, then you are assumed to be a gathering with the consequent results. But I'm not saying that we are prohibiting you from walking into a supermarket and enjoying your kanywaji and at home. Subsequently, those supermarkets and those outlets, such as big wines and spirit areas, which we have not closed, must not be converted into parking lot drinking sprees, where people go and park cars outside and start drinking. So we are hoping that Kenyans, and I pray that Kenyans will take this thing with the spirit that it is meant to be, that we are getting a lot of our young people turning positive as a result of the socializing that we have experienced and we have seen over the past 21 days. Having entered this critical phase of the spread of the disease within the communities, we also trust that despite the few restrictions set in place on the work environment, when you get to your workplace, you will have sanitizers, soap and water to clean hands regularly, as we have insisted that you do. We have also advised that the measures of staying at home, particularly in this very cold weather, the measures of working from home, staying at home for those who are have comorbidities, or for those who are 58 years and above, the advice that you have been given on this measure, you should take seriously and try as much as possible to operate from your own domestic premises. COVID-19 has essentially turned us into lethal bullets that could kill our loved ones if we are careless. I have become a bullet, and you have become a bullet. We are dangerous. You are dangerous. I am dangerous. Because I can kill somebody, you can kill somebody. Not intentionally, but it is now possible. So, as we have continued to say, we cannot and we shall not treat the situation normally. When you get home and you wash your hands and do all the things that you need to do in accordance with the protocols, please also do the same to your children. Insist that your children do the same so that you can also save them. Fellow Kenyans, as you heard the President say, there will be absolutely no sacred people going forward. We have witnessed leaders violating the same rules they should be promoting, and for the most part, many have gotten away with it. The President was clear that this is a thing of the past. Following this directive, we in turn have instructed the public health officers at the county levels to execute this directive and work with law enforcement agencies to close down all violating premises. There will be no sparing of violating restaurants, matatus, as you heard. When owners are found to have broken the rules, they will have their licenses revoked permanently. This is not a threat. It is a plan of action that seeks to protect your businesses and protect us as well, because there will be no exception. There is no VIP. You will not bribe or intimidate our law enforcement officers. You'll be caught and you'll be charged in court, no matter who one is, no matter the political position, no matter the financial ability. As the President said, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Health, and coordination of national government will ensure that everybody and everyone abides by these laws. COVID-19 haitabui VIP, and neither then will we. My dear friends, today I would like to point out something that you should know, even if it belabors the point I have been making. There are now more than 4 million cases in the United States of America. It took 98 days to reach the first million people. 44 days to reach the second million people. 26 days to reach the third million people, and 15 days to reach the fourth million. And as you have seen for yourselves, when we started off, we were growing at a very slow rate. What we have seen now is that in 21 days, we have virtually doubled our figures as well. With freedom of movement and increased human contact, that is what happens. Indeed, ever since we lifted the cessation of movement, our own numbers have surged. While our death remains relatively low compared to many nations, we expect them to steadily climb as well. It is a fact that we must be prepared for. So, what am I saying then? I am saying that back to the responsibility issue, please, and I'm imploring you, if you do not need to travel, if you do not need to travel upcountry, don't. If you can avoid visitors at your home, avoid them. If you can avoid visiting people, avoid it. If you can avoid closing in on people and being too close to them, don't. Don't, because science doesn't lie, and either do figures. We can and we should learn from others where they have succeeded and where they have failed. By taking such steps, we will ease the burden on the government and also save our lives. I have seen people write articles. I saw another one in a foreign paper the other day, where one insinuates that by us telling people to take responsibility, then it means that the government is abandoning its people. I think that is a very foolish notion, because by the end of the day, it is not the government. It's not a government issue, and we have repeated it here many times. This is an individual responsibility. It is individuals who get sick, and it is individuals who die. So I beseech you that even as we report on these things, let us report from basic facts and not innuendo or rumors. As I always say, if you protect me, I can protect you. Save me, and I'll save you. As I give you today's figures, I would like to call upon our public officers, our Nyumba Kumi, and policemen to be vigilant in enforcing the directives given yesterday by the President. And as you heard, the Inspector General of Police will be submitting a weekly list of establishments closed. My prayer is that you save your establishment. If you have a bar, please don't spoil your business. Please avoid being closed. It is not business as usual. The enforcement agencies have been attacked so severely because of relaxing on this issue. And I want to make it clear, this is a public health issue. It is not an enforcement issue. So going forward, it is the public health officers who are going to go around and withdraw your license and simply tell the police that this particular establishment doesn't have a license and is operating, and therefore the activities that they are carrying on with are criminally liable. So I just want to implore, kama una kabaya yako, tafadhali usifungiwe. Ukifungiwa, sasa wewe ni lazima pengine uende kuanza kushuka ng'ombe, na wewe hujui mambo ya kushuka ng'ombe kwa sababu wewe unajua mambo ya kuuza pombe. Kwa hivyo afadhali usifungiwe baa yako. Fuata masharti yale serikali imesema. And therefore, as they are doing their work, the county governments will be vigilant and will be a lot more aggressive in carrying out this responsibility. The ministry, on another score, has provided each and every county with protective gear for its healthcare workers, so that we should not be expecting to hear complaints about shortages of PPEs. However, moving forward, and in accordance with the resolutions made yesterday in the 5th extraordinary session of the National and County Governments Coordinating Summit, counties will be expected to directly acquire PPEs for all their health workers. In this regard, every county has been given financial support from the national government that is specific to COVID-19 over and above the allocations they get on healthcare. The ministry has gone ahead to provide exemptions to county governments from procuring PPEs from KEMSA and been advised on the qualified suppliers for PPEs. Please use these resources for protection of our people. Whenever the ministry acquires on its own via donations, particularly via contributions from local and international sources, we will be distributing those PPEs from these offices and taking them to the most to the counties that require them most. But the counties will assess for themselves and purchase for themselves necessary PPEs for health workers. This decentralization of provision of PPEs should be a good thing and should now ease any county from complaining about lack of PPEs. Turning to our COVID-19 statistics today, 606 people have tested positive from a sample size of 4,888 samples. This now brings us to a total of 18,581 persons in a cumulative total of 284,500 tests. 583 out of those people are Kenyans, while 23 are foreigners. 409 are men or female or male, 197 are female. The youngest case is 4-month-old infant, while the oldest is 85 years old. The distribution in counties: Nairobi heads the list at 448, Kiambu 54, Kajiado 25, Mashako 16, Uasin Gishu 11, Nakuru 11, Kericho 9, Busia 7, Mombasa 7, Garissa now 6, Bomet 3, Nyeri 2, Narok, Nandi, Embu, Lamu 1, and Muranga has also an additional 1. You'll get the statistics of the detailed distribution of this. But in Nairobi, for example, Embakasi now has become a serious hotspot. If you're living in the Embakasi area, you need to know that Embakasi is a hotspot, and further measures may have to be taken as regards the containment of some of the fast areas that are growing way too fast. So, ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I just want to once again thank the health workers, because 75 patients have been discharged from the various hospitals, and therefore they have worked so hard recovering some 7,908. And we want to say thank you very much indeed, and to continue the very good work that you are doing. Unfortunately, we have also lost in the last 24 hours some 14 patients from the disease, bringing our fatality to a total of 299, hitting the 300 mark. And my sincere condolences go to the families of those who have been infected. Kwa hivyo nikiongeza tu hapo kidogo, ni kusema tu vile rais alituzungumzia jana tukiwa wa Kenya, na yale masharti ambayo alitoa jana sana sana kuhusu mambo ya kuuza pombe katika restaurants na pali pengine pote pa kula. Kwa hivyo ukiwa wewe unauza nyama choma, uko hapo katika hiyo list. Mtu akitaka kula nyama, si lazima nyama inaenda pamoja na pombe. Hata soda ni sawa, hata maziwa ni sawa. Kwa hivyo watu wasije wakasema ati mimi nauzaga nyama choma, kwa hivyo mimi sio katika hiyo hiyo zile kanuni ambazo zilitolewa jana. Hapana, anything. Hata kama unauza nini ya kula, hata kitu gani, ujue ya kwamba huwezi kuuza pombe. Na kuna wengine ambao ni bars, walikuwa hapo awali kidogo, wameanza kuuza chakula kidogo kidogo, mandazi, ndio sasa wasemekane pia wanauza chakula, ndio sasa watu wanunue pombe. Sasa ujue ya kwamba kama ulikuwa umeanza kuuza mandazi kidogo kidogo ndio upate kuuza pombe, sasa wewe endelea na hiyo mandazi na samosa, lakini pombe usahau. Sasa sijui kama utafunga ama utaendelea na hiyo mandazi. Kwa hivyo jameni, tafadhalini, please, tafadhalini, let's save each other. Niokoe na mimi nikuokoe jameni. Hiyo ndio ile kitu, kwa sababu hata ukiangalia vizuri unajionea wewe mwenyewe vile Kenya hii yetu sasa imekuwa. Watu ni wengi sana, kila siku tunasikia watu wanakufa. Hapo mbeleni tulikuwa nasema hakuna mtu amekufa, mtu mmoja amekufa, wawili wamekufa. Sasa kila siku tunazungumza kuwa watu 10 leo hii watu 14. Kwa hivyo tafadhalini jameni, hii virusi iko nyumbani kwetu sasa. Iko nyumbani yangu na iko nyumbani yako. Kila mtu sasa anajua mtu ambaye ameumbukizwa na hii virusi. Kwa hivyo jameni, sisi ni kuwasihi na kusema washeni tuone na macho yetu vile ilivyo, na tuhakikishe ya kwamba tunafanya vile serikali inasema, sio kurasmishwa. Ni wewe mwenyewe ujisikie na jionee vile mambo ilivyo, ndio sasa kwenda mbele tushunge sisi, mimi na kushunga na wewe unishunge. Kuwa ya kwamba leo hii ni watu wengi sana wananiambia sasa, Bwana Kagwe, hii mambo ya pombe ni namna gani? Mimi hata sijawahi kusikia story mingi kama zile nimesikia leo kwa sababu ya hii mambo ya pombe. Na mimi nawaambia kila kitu, everything has a silver lining. Everything has a silver lining. Hata kuna watu wengine hujawahi kuwaona hata siku moja, kila siku ukimwona asubuhi anakuwa na macho nyekundu. Sasa hata pengine tutapata nafasi ya kumuona na macho meupe kidogo. Kwa sababu hiyo mambo atalala vizuri, alale mapema. Bas. Asanteni. Any questions?
Elfas Lagat, Citizen TV. I'd like to draw your attention to a video that has been going viral of someone encouraging people to purchase hydroxychloroquine, alluding to the fact that it has treated about 350 COVID patients with underlying conditions. I think one Stella Emmanuel. So DG would like you to address whether these are substantiated, whether the ministry is actually studying these claims, and is there any truth in it? Thank you.
Anita Nkonge from NTV. Anita Nkonge from NTV. My first question is following up on Elvis Langat's question. There were a couple of tablets that were being imported from India, the medicine, yeah, exactly. That was being imported from India in May, and I was just wondering how far it is, the shipment, and if it is here, how is it doing with patients? My second question is, there was a bit of a confusion on Sunday about the number of positive cases. Is it 892 or 960? Another question, through your targeted testing of public health facilities, how many people have tested positive? And how many people are being contacted? How many people have been contact traced through contact tracing, just to know in total?
Nancy Okware kutoka KBC. Swali la kwanza ni kuhusu huu mfumo wa kuwa wagonjwa kutibiwa wakiwa pale nyumbani. Je, kufikia sasa hivi kizingatiwa kwamba mgonjwa anasalia pale akiwa peke yake kwa muda mwingi, je, kama wizara kuna mpango wa kuhakikisha kwamba mnawapa nasaha ili wasije wakapatwa na msongo wa mawazo kwa kusalia nyumbani kwa muda mrefu bila kutangamana na watu? Na mwisho kabisa, miongoni mwa waliofariki leo hii, je, kuna wale ambao walifariki wakiwa nyumbani ama katika jamii, na vilevile kuna wale ambao hawakuwa na magonjwa mengine na wamefariki kutokana na virusi vya corona? Asante.
Asante. Yeah, okay. One more then.
I'm Brian Otieno from KTN News. I'd like a status update on how public facilities are faring.
I don't know what that means, Otieno. When you say public facilities are faring and they are not sick, what do you mean?
Are they overwhelmed?
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you. Asante sana. Thank you, Otieno. First and foremost, let me say that there are some facilities that are stretched as we speak. For example, the facilities in hospitals, private, especially private and public hospitals, that relates to intensive care. Those ones have been stretched to an extent. There are still some beds available, but for sure, you know, those ones are stretched. It is because of that reason that in the next 2 weeks or so, we shall be opening another facility at Kenyatta University Referral and Training Hospital. We are opening a facility there for an extra increment of 500 beds with some 60 ICU beds in the next 2 weeks or so. It is just to cater for that in case. As for the other county facilities, most county facilities that I have visited, in fact, including last week, were fairly empty. Even those with intensive care units, they were actually empty. Most of the isolation facilities in county institutions are also fairly empty. So you will recall, Otieno, that a while back I was talking about counties not sending people to Nairobi. Quite feasibly then, it is now possible that the reverse may actually be the truth. That some people, if Nairobi gets too overwhelmed before the counties, that it may be possible to do it the other way around. And I'm impressed, never mind the criticism that most counties have been getting regarding their preparedness. I am impressed with the spirit with which I am seeing counties, and I can tell you that the reports, for example, that were in yesterday's papers regarding the preparedness in most counties was actually erroneous. These are just reports, ad hoc reports that come to us at all times because we continue engaging. And sometimes, for example, in the case of Kwale, you know, maybe you visit one hospital in Msambweni and you say Msambweni has got 72, for instance, health isolation beds. But that's not all they have. They have some other isolation beds in Lunga Lunga and other places, because as we advise them, maybe it is not a very good idea to have all the isolation beds in one spot, because some of those areas are large counties, and the more spread they are, sometimes the better. On the issue of home-based care, I am going to push that on to my colleague, Dr. Amoth, and I'm sure he'll do a good job of it. And again, Langat's question on the issue of case management and how we are handling it, on the issue of India, whether we got staff from India or not. Again, I think Dr. Amoth, you can go fast on that one.
Okay. Thank you, Waziri. Let me start with a viral video that trended for some hours before it was pulled down by Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And in terms of a pandemic, sometimes there are saying that goes that in times of a pandemic, due to stigma, fear, hopelessness, it is easy to hawk than sell SARMs. As a Ministry of Health, will continue to sell SARMs, will not hawk SARMs. This video was based on an individual who apparently was addressing people somewhere without any scientific basis. The WHO has given very, very clear guidelines based on randomized clinical trials. You can even Google yourself the Cochrane studies, which shows that use of chloroquine in management of COVID-19 disease does not add any value To the contrary, it actually can pose a risk, especially for those who have coexisting is what we call abnormal heart rate rhythms or arrhythmias. And it can also cause damage to the liver with untoward outcome. So there's no basis, there's no scientific basis at all on that video that went viral, and that is why Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube pulled it down. Let's be guided by science now and forever until we overcome this pandemic. Regarding the question on hydrochloroquine from India, you know hydrochloroquine is a registered drug in Kenyan market and is used for treatment of other conditions including rheumatoid arthritis and systemic lupus erythematosus, which is a condition that affects the skin, the kidneys, and other organs. So the agency of importing chloroquine that time was based on information that was available. But after the randomized clinical trials that were done elsewhere, which were published in peer-reviewed journals, hydrochloroquine azithromycin was adding no value. And therefore, that is why it was even pulled down from the Solidarity trial that even Kenya is a participant. For this, we are going to go with what is proven scientifically. And in Solidarity trial, we are going to use remdesivir. We also pulled down the antiretroviral medicines because they are not adding value. For those who are on home-based care, yes, we will continue to articulate issues regarding home-based care because of the reduction in terms of cost of management of cases for those who qualify. This is a platform that we have used before successfully, and even this we are recording success. And we continue to support those who are on home-based care in totality. It is not just a question of observing your temperature, but as we go as far ahead as giving you psychosocial support together with members of your family. Remember, when you're on home-based care, it's not that you don't have contact with members of your family. It is restricted and supervised contact under the supervision of a qualified healthcare provider. The deaths that were reported today, 14 deaths, 9 of them had pre-existing conditions ranging from diabetes and hypertension combined, or either diabetes or hypertension. 2 of them had cancers. 1 had cancer of the bone called multiple myeloma, 1 had cancer of the esophagus, and the other one had end-stage renal disease or kidney failure. Out of the 14, 4 did not have any coexisting medical condition. And it behoves us, especially those who have coexisting medical conditions, to ensure that we consult with our clinicians and our health care providers to ensure optimum management of our conditions, such that even if you get COVID, then it does not put you at a risk of getting a serious form of the disease. I assure you that if you have a well-controlled diabetes mellitus condition or a well-controlled high blood pressure, the outcome of COVID-19 infection in you may not be different from a person who does not have a coexisting medical condition. So it is imperative that we continue to take our medicines and all the healthcare practices that we get from our healthcare providers to ensure we are in the best state of health. There was a question regarding the figures. Yes, 1 or 2 days ago we had a problem with our figures because of double entry, but which we have since corrected, because you can be tested more than once, and if you don't look at the line list clearly, you'll be able to report that as a separate individual without, if you don't look at the line list critically, to be able to remove the repeat test that confirmed to us that you are now negative of COVID-19 disease and they require to be removed from isolation or treatment. I think Waziri has addressed adequately the issue of the public health facilities. So far, Nairobi, because of established community transmission and because of limited facilities compared to the size of the population, we are a bit under pressure, especially in the private health facilities. And that is why we are thinking of, we are in the process of scaling up another 500 beds in Kenyatta University Teaching Referral Hospital, and with 60 extra beds for ICU care. Thank you, Waziri.
Asante. I think the only other thing that was not answered is the issue of contact tracing. And this is a continuous exercise. Every time we get a positive case, it is mandatory that we must continue tracing the persons who have been in contact with that individual, and as much as possible, try and advise either A, that they can self-quarantine where it is possible, or B, we will provide quarantine facilities where that is not possible. The same applies to what Dr. Adhere has alluded to in the matter of self-isolation when you are a positive case. And I think it is important, and we have emphasized this before, but I will continue to do so, that as a matter of fact, the records that we have show that persons who are in home-based care are actually turning negative faster than in hospitals. And so far, I do not believe that we have lost any individual who have been on home-based care. And we pray that this continues to be the case. But and going forward, as the numbers rise, we as families must begin to get interested in what home-based care is all about. In the Ministry of Health website, we are going to publish material for families and advise on how to take care of a loved one if you have got a positive case in your own home. Because you may not have one right now, but there is a likelihood that one is going to be there. And quite frankly, it is a lot easier and a lot more healthier and better that we take care of our own people in our own homes wherever possible. And the other thing perhaps to add, without going too, becoming too scientific about this, I leave that one to Dr. Amoth. I've got a feeling, Dr. Amoth, that there are things you told Anita that she didn't quite follow. You know, at least I didn't. When he spoke about those hythromatosis, I wasn't sure how many of us were following. I didn't, you know, to confess. As for the numbers that he mentioned about, the 892 and the 960, I think the clarification is really simple. And that is to say that the report of 960 included some samples that had been repeated. Because sometimes an individual comes and turns out positive, there is doubt about the test, or some other person had been tested, and you have seen these cases. The truth is, sometimes a mistake can happen, and the best option for us is to own up and say we give you a figure of 960. However, we have since learned that the number, so many of them, were actually a second testing, and therefore the sample that we had given you is the wrong one. I think it's better to do that and own up to a mistake than simply to convince ourselves that the figures that we gave are the correct ones. This is not the only time that mistake is going to happen. We are human beings. It is likely that something like that can occur. And this is not the only place where it's occurring. When it does occur, what we do is that we try as much as possible to ensure that it doesn't happen again. We take measures to protect and secure the testing so that the results that Kenyans get are the correct ones. Thank you all very much indeed.
I can see the chair of Public Investments Committee wants to say something, and I'm sure another chair of another one will want to say something, and then it will become the business of the afternoon. Yet there is a business for which there's been an order paper drawn. This was not part of the order paper. This was a request made by the Honorable Wandai. But if you remember my communication of 15th of July, it did also indicate that yes, we proceed with virtual meetings as far as is practicable. But physical meetings, observing appropriate social distancing, will be held subject to express permission from myself. So I thought, because many of you have gone to some, you speak some form of English, I'm sure that should be sufficient. Isn't it? That express permission, so that again we don't have too many of you saying, oh, we are meeting in the same limited space. Because the spaces we have where you can do appropriate social distancing, it could either be here in the chamber or the mini chamber of County Hall. Or the Honorable Dwelle talked about the small dining. I don't know how big that one is to accommodate many members. But I think with appropriate arrangements, and as need arises, it is possible to still continue observing the Ministry of Health protocols, particularly on social distancing, where necessary, where appropriate. But the need must arise and must be stated. I also agree with the member for Nyando, yes, there's no committee that can be said does not examine documents. But of course, when it comes to the issues of what has been stated by the Auditor General, which could be in dispute by some other person, could become so contentious that there may be need for you to really physically look at the various documents that may be availed. For the time being, the guidelines remain, but should any committee, and more particularly the audit committees are encouraged, where the need arises, to make a request, and it shall be considered on the basis of what is the need. So let's not say that there will never be, and that is not what is contained in my statement. It is not that there will never be, but we said there will, but while observing the necessary protocols. And I suspect that may not be a decision to be made by the liaison committee also, Honorable Kimunya, because the liaison committee will then also have to come to me. So it is fair that we make this clarification now, so that the audit committees particularly can then take advantage of that window, where necessary. So Honorable Wandai, Honorable Abdul Samad, Honorable I saw Kaduri and Chepkut. Is it Honorable Chepkut? Yes, and such like audit committees to make the relevant applications or requests. It's just a request, the normal way that you do through the director of committees, and I'm sure we will be able to administratively deal with those circumstances. I do appreciate that it has been very challenging sometimes. I'm sure the Honorable John Bandy will recall last week at the House Business Committee. Is it last week or even this week? We had some challenges with a member who was in Turkana, and were not able to get to know what exactly was happening. And another member who appeared to have been still at, I think, in a home setting. And so what the Honorable Dwelle is saying is actually largely is also correct. You do hear some funny noises or voices of certain other people. You don't know whether are they members of the House or members of the committee. So we need to also but it's up to us. When we are doing meetings, please let's do meetings. You can leave the young ones to be dealt with by those who take care of them when you are here. Don't encourage them to also participate in the meetings, because then they distort what is said. Otherwise, one of members, I think we can live with that. Honorable Andai, Honorable Abdulrahman, Honorable Kaduri, and others, all of you, please feel free to make the relevant administrative requests, and then we'll see what it is that we can do. Thank you. Member for Muranga, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to raise an issue here on a question that I asked from the Committee on Trade, Industrial and Cooperatives regarding the elapsing of the exemption of inspection of drugs that are important to the country. And this is an urgent matter, Mr. Speaker, and I have not gotten the response. And Mr. Speaker, if I also want to raise the issue that was raised by Honorable Haji Yusuf MP for Kamukonji on the Mitumba traders. Mr. Speaker, you had directed that the Committee of Implementation handles the matter, and it seems, Honorable Speaker, that the matter was not handled well as per your communication, and I'd like you to give a guidance on when we have the Cabinet Secretaries being interviewed and doing a commitment. I think there was a communication, and I was wishing Honorable Yusuf was here, that we cannot hold the said Cabinet Secretary responsible on what she committed on that day when she was doing the interview. And so, Mr. Speaker, I know the President has also addressed that issue of Mitumba, but somehow it has not been addressed by this House. It's a major issue. It had been raised by Honorable Yusuf. We had combined with him because I had also wanted to raise the same matter. And so now these are two matters under the Committee on Trade that Mr. Speaker requests that they be addressed with immediate effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's the second issue with implementation, or is it? Can it go to trade?
Yes.
Well, of course, I suppose you are in the chamber when the Honorable Mbari raised an issue, which prompted me to make the announcements about the leadership of committees. I'm sure there is the new leadership. Get in touch with it. Let the matter be dealt with by trade. If implementation is not able to deal with it, then liaise with them, Honorable Yusuf, so that you can pursue and we get an answer. I see an intervention by the member for Ainapkoi. Oh, he came and placed his card and left. I see another intervention by the Honorable Kabinga.
Overtaken, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry about that. But I thank you for appointing me to deputize you in the Powers and Privileges Committee. Thank you.
Welcome. Member for Kilifi North, you have an intervention?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I had raised some issues, a petition to the Committee on Agriculture some time ago, but that petition on cashew nuts. But that petition has not come to this House. I've not heard anything from them. They just went silent on it.
As the 60 days lapsed?
Yeah, they seem to have lapsed by now.
What?
And they have lapsed by now, and the committee never communicated or said anything. They never called me or communicated to me about anything at all, and looked like it was in vain, the petition that I brought here.
Also, but you know, also you could be accused of laches.
Yes.
You know, I mean, don't wait until the 60 days are over. By the time it gets to the 30th day, you should raise, and you know, you are very active here always, Honorable Bar.
Yes, I followed up with the chairman many times. Until last time when I talked to him, he said, I'm no longer the chairman and the 60 days have lapsed. So I beg that I be allowed to bring this petition here, or the co-chairman request for more days for it.
Talk to the new chairman. If he desires, I'm sure the House can appreciate that there has been change of leadership of the committee.
Yes.
And then they can have more time to consider the issues you've raised.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Much obliged, sir.
You can do that on Thursday.
Okay, thank you,
Get
sir.
the new chairman. Where is he? The new chairman of agriculture. Don't just sit. Honorable Tiren.
Yes.
You know, now you'll be expected to be here a lot, very often.
I'm here, Mr. Speaker, and I've heard the sentiments clearly, and I'm urging my colleague also. We will look into it.
Very well.
And Mr. Speaker, I had something to mention, a request. I don't know whether I can take this opportunity.
Proceed.
Proceed, thank you. On behalf of the committee, I wish to request for your indulgence for more time on the committee to consider the amendments proposed by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives on the T-bill, which was received at the clerk's office on 22nd. And also because we have quite a new team in the Committee of Agriculture, I'm also new myself as the chair, and of course I would want to thank everybody who supported me. So for us to acquaint ourselves to the bill, I request for some more time, so that because it's due for Thursday.
The bill was listed for
Thursday.
Committee of the Whole House hearing on Thursday.
Yes.
I know there are some members who have proposed amendments. The Honorable Millie Odhiambo has proposed some amendments.
There are very many members who have.
Honorable Brighton Yegon, Honorable Tonui.
There are so many.
Honorable
Barire also.
Yes.
So I thought we need more time also to be able to look into it. We also have, again, amendments from the ministry on top of the ones from the members. So we have a lot.
Leader Majority.
Considering also that I'm also very new.
Maybe Leader Majority may wish to say something about that. Amendments for the ministry.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. We just discovered this week that there were some amendments that were brought from the ministry, I think dated 10th of June, which didn't seem to have made their way for consideration by the committee for some reason. And it's 21 pages of write-up. So we liaised with the Director of Committees and also with the Agriculture that it's only fair that all those amendments from members and from the ministry be looked at within one holistic setting and harmonized so that we don't end up here within the Committee of the Whole House with a plethora of amendments that are at times even contradicting. So I'll be asking that we obviously will be looking at, it's not possible to have the Committee of the Whole House on the bill on Thursday to give this committee adequate time to reconcile all those amendments and bring to the House something that is consumable by the House at the Committee of the Whole. So I'm in agreement with the chair that we need to give them time to look at all those amendments and any of the others that may emerge from members. Because about 97 from members and 21 pages of amendments from the ministry. And I'm sure there's still debate. There's still some regulations that the ministry has brought. And some of those regulations are still actually contradictory to what is in the amendments in the bill. And all those will need to be looked at from a holistic perspective so that we don't end up doing, going roundabout on the same bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what the chairman and the leader of majority says makes a lot of sense. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm just concerned that this bill has been with us for a long time. And, Mr. Speaker, we have been suspending the committee stage of this bill for a number of times in the House Business Committee. And, Mr. Speaker, this is the T bill, Senate Bill number 36 of 2018. I know it didn't come here in 2018, but it certainly was with us, I think, in 2019. So, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't make sense to me that the ministry, which ordinarily has more interest in actualizing this bill, is bringing proposed amendments in June, yet this bill was proposed in 2018. Mr. Speaker, I think I want to speak to my friend, the leader of majority, to tell the executive to take their work seriously. This House cannot be stopped and held at ransom because of failures, so to speak, of the executive in terms of expediting their functions. So, Mr. Speaker, that is my concern. And this is not the first time. We have been delaying a number of bills, Mr. Speaker, because of failure to have the amendments ready in time. There is no reason, Mr. Speaker, why once a bill has been published and everybody is aware that the bill exists, if you are interested in bringing amendments to the bill, you should put it out in good time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think maybe we'll, the only reason I think the chairman is raising the issue is so that we can make some administrative directions regarding the business, because the business appearing on the order paper is already published, and it might be desirable that as we adjourn later this evening, we know what will be there on Thursday. And just to give the chairman an opportunity to familiarize himself with the bill, the Honorable Barire had also approached me and indicated that she was going to consult with the chairman so that they see how they can handle some of our proposed amendments. So I think I'll direct, but of course take into account what the Honorable John Bandy has just said, that we cannot keep adjourning consideration of this bill. We must bring it to an end. Make a decision one way or other. Those who will not be happy with its provisions, they have the opportunity of challenging its validity and or constitutionality in the other arm of government. Yes, Honorable Tiren, where is your card? It is not. Put your card on the intervention box.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think we have heard exactly we are going to move very fast. And for that instance, also, we would request to be given an opportunity to sit, because, again, it is you to give us permission so that we can start up the issue immediately. Thank you.
You indicate when it is you want to sit.
Thank you. Thank you.
I can see the member for Emuhaya as an intervention. So that business is taken out of the order paper for Thursday morning. So not be part of the business to be considered by the committee of the whole House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this very opportunity. I think from what we heard from Honorable Mbadi, and given the so much publicized issues about the T-bill, and really in the public domain, I would only request that the new chair, having actually asked properly, that he should familiarize himself with what's going on in the committee and the T-bill in particular, could possibly give a timeline so that, Mr. Speaker, even those who are possibly ready to deal with it are also covered and taken care of. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
He will make as a request, and it will be communicated. But move with speed, Honorable Tiren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think we could be requesting maybe 2 weeks, so we should be able to be ready.
2 weeks? Very well. In 2 weeks, it will be on the order paper, and no adjournment of the bills of anything else other than unless the House is not able to sit. I've seen an intervention request from the Honorable Mele. Very well. Can move to the next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, limitation of debate.
Leader majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion that, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, notwithstanding the resolution of the House of February 18, 2020, and the House further orders that during the sittings of the House of July 28, 2020, up to and including August 13, 2020, each speech in debate on bills, motions, including the special motions, sessional papers, and committee reports shall be limited as follows. A maximum of 2.5 hours, with not more than 10 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes in replying, then a maximum of 5 minutes for any other member speaking, except for the Leader of Majority Party, the Leader of Minority Party, and the Chairperson of the relevant committee, who shall be limited to a maximum of 10 minutes, and the priority in speaking be accorded to the Leader of Majority, the Leader of Minority Party, and the Chairperson of the relevant committee, in that order. Mr. Speaker, this is a fairly procedural motion, just in line with every new subsection, if I call it that, to just set the rules and members to know the timings they will have. We don't expect many sittings during this small sitting between now and when we break on August 13th. And hence, 5 minutes, compressed 5 minutes should now help as many members as possible to contribute, and a reduction in movers, in the leadership and the chairperson of 10 minutes is just for purpose of the emphasis, but it's still reduced from the usual to accommodate as much contribution from membership as possible. Mr. Speaker, again, this is a fairly straightforward motion, and I want beg to move and ask the Leader of Minority to second.
No, Buddy.
Mr. Speaker, we have a very crowded business starting from order number 15. I don't want to spend time on procedural motion. I second.
Honourable members, I propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provision starting order number 97, subsection 1, and notwithstanding the resolution of this House of February 18, 2020, the House further orders that during the sittings of the House of July 28, 2020, up to and including August 13, 2020, each speech in debate on bills, motions, including special motions, sessional papers, and committee reports shall be limited as follows: a maximum of 2.5 hours, with not more than 10 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes in replying, and a maximum of 5 minutes for any other member speaking, except the Leader of the Majority Party and the Leader of the Minority Party, and the Chairperson of the relevant committee, who shall be limited to a maximum of 10 minutes, and that priority in speaking be accorded to the Leader of the Majority Party, the Leader of the Minority Party, and Chairperson of the relevant committee, in that order. I put the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97, subsection 1, and notwithstanding the resolution of the House of February 18, 2020, the House further orders that during the sittings of the House of July 28, 2020, up to and including August 13, 2020, each speech in debate on bills, motions, including special motions, sessional papers, and committee reports shall be limited as follows: a maximum of 2.5 hours, with not more than 10 minutes for the mover in moving and 5 minutes in replying, and a maximum of 5 minutes for any other member speaking, except the Leader of the Majority Party, the Leader of the Minority Party, and the Chairperson of the relevant committee, who shall be limited to a maximum of 10 minutes, and that priority in speaking be accorded to the Leader of the Majority Party, the Leader of the Minority Party, and the Chairperson of the relevant committee, in that order. Will as many as that opinion say aye? As many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, the Pandemic Response and Management Bill, Senate Bill number 6 of 2020, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide a legal framework for coordinated response and management of activities during a pandemic, temporary measures and relief during a pandemic, and for connected purposes. Next. Order number 10, the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2019, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Cancer Prevention and Control Act and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 38 of 2018, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority Act to provide for the collaboration between the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority and county governments and for connected purposes. Order number 12, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2020, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act. Order number 13, the Central Bank of Kenya Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2020, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Central Bank of Kenya Act and for connected purposes. Order number 14, motion, alteration of the calendar of the House.
Leader Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 28.4 and taking cognizance of the recent rise in the spread of COVID-19 pandemic in the country, this House resolves to further alter its calendar for the fourth session, that's the regular sessions of 2020, as amended on June 2nd, 2020, and therefore orders as follows with respect to the sittings of the House during the period July 30th to August 13th, 2020. A, that the House will hold morning and afternoon sittings on Thursday, 30th of July, that is day after tomorrow, commencing at 10 a.m. and at 2:30 p.m. respectively. Thereafter, the rest of sittings of the House of Tuesdays and Thursdays shall stand suspended, and that with effect from Wednesday, August the 5th, 2020, the House will hold sittings on Wednesdays only, that's both morning and afternoon, commencing at 10 a.m. and at 2:30 p.m. respectively. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the members will appreciate that the rate of infections and COVID is constantly rising. We thought it would be contained, but it's actually going up, and this House is not spared. Members themselves are not insulated, and hence the House Business Committee in its sitting deliberated on this matter and did in recognition of that risk to members of Parliament, and I can see members still not quite careful about social distancing even within the House, because of these risks that we need to minimize the overall risk to the members of Parliament, because of course we all know the importance of Parliament in this nation, and that risk can only be minimized by minimizing the time that members interact en masse as a House, by reducing it to one day as we had in the past. We increased it to 2 days, but now that will be reduced from next week to only 1 day, which gives adequate time for the fumigation of the House and for taking care of the other Ministry of Health protocols that need to be administered to ensure that these facilities are safe. This does not mean, of course, that the committees will not be meeting. Committees will continue meeting virtually as guided, and as guided further, even for those who need physical, they will then have more time to actually utilize the facilities. But for purposes of the meetings of the House as a whole, then this will be limited from next week to only 1 day a week. And for this week, because you may recall, before we went on break, we were meeting on Tuesdays morning and afternoon, and Thursday afternoon we had 3 sessions. The House Business did then decide to create 1 extra session on Thursday morning for this week to expedite the business that's there, and then from next week we will then have the 2 sessions which is combined within a meeting on Wednesday. And then Monday, Tuesdays, Thursday, and Friday, committees will then sort out their meetings virtually or physically as the case may be. Again, this is a fairly straightforward matter. I want to I just remind members that things are not as rosy as we would wish to have in a country, and we as a House need to provide the leadership in terms of adhering to the guidelines and helping the rest of the country to help so that we can flatten the curve and reduce the rate of infection, which is now reaching alarming levels. And if we don't do that, then our health system, healthcare system will be overwhelmed with resultant catastrophic effects, as we have seen in other countries. The onus is on us, individually and collectively as a House, to help with this pandemic, including reducing our exposure with the constituents, because we still see a lot of activity going on, whether we are distributing supplies or whatever. I think I can't re-emphasize the need for care. And each one of us getting infected, the 349 seated here are at risk. So let's know that it's not just one of us, but we are all responsible for one another as an institution. And if we can help in bringing the numbers down and flattening the curve, we will then be able to get back to normal as soon as we can. So with those words, I beg to move and ask once again, Leader of the Minority, who sits with us in the House business, to second.
Mr. Speaker, as a second, I would just repeat once again that we are actually living in extraordinary times. No one ever imagined that the activities and business of this House would be interfered with this extent. But it is not just affecting our Parliament. It affects many other places in many jurisdictions across the world. So, Mr. Speaker, the last meeting that the House Business Committee held last week, we actually reviewed and came to a conclusion that we could have 2 sittings in a week instead of 3. That is, have sittings on Wednesdays, morning and afternoon, for the next 2 weeks, because basically we are breaking on 13th of August, so that we will review. We'll use that period to review the behavior pattern of the effects of COVID-19. The curve is not flattening yet, Mr. Speaker. There's a spike, and we hope that maybe we are approaching the peak. Let's pray hard that we are approaching the peak, so that maybe in the next 1 month or so, then the curve starts flattening and even have a downward trend, in which case then we will resume our normal sittings. Mr. Speaker, my final comment is that I think sometimes I hear and I discuss a lot with members of Parliament who believe that we are being overcautious and that we are behaving like we fear COVID more than any other institution. But, Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that we are a very closed family. This Parliament is a small area with a very high population. In fact, we are like those estates of Nairobi that is overly populated. And already amongst us, a few members have already contracted this virus, and we don't know because many of us have also not even taken tests. And the truth of the matter is that over 30 members of staff who serve us on a daily basis have tested positive. That's a fact. The last time we checked, Mr. Speaker, there were 36. And there are others who are offering services to Parliament who are also affected. And so, Mr. Speaker, in a closed family like this, if we don't take precaution, then certainly there will be the effect of this COVID-19 will be too much in Parliament, and we know how members of Parliament interact with people out there. Mr. Speaker, whether we say, and I agree with the Leader Majority, that we should reduce our interaction. But this has been said many times, and we are all people who are educated, but you still see that members are not ready to let go our everyday interaction. And so we are exposing other Kenyans also to the same risk. I just want to plead with my colleagues that let us not imagine that the effect of COVID-19 has not hit Parliament. It has. There are few of our members. There are a number of staff members and a number of other people who offer services in Parliament who have already tested positive. And so, if we don't take these precautions as the leadership of the House, we have a duty and responsibility to recommend those measures that we think, and in line with the recommendations of the Minister of Health, which we think will help protect this institution and protect Kenyans at large. Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
I propose the question, which is that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 28, Subsection 4, and taking cognizance of the recent rise in the spread of COVID-19 pandemic in the country, this House resolves to further alter its calendar for the fourth session, regular sessions of 2020, as amended on June 2nd, 2020, and therefore orders as follows with respect to the sittings of the House during the period July 30th to August 13th, 2020. A, that the House will hold morning and afternoon sittings on Thursday, July 30th, 2020, commencing at 10 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. respectively. Thereafter, the rest of sittings of the House of Tuesdays and Thursdays shall stand suspended. And B, that with effect from Wednesday, August 5th, 2020, the House will hold its sittings on Wednesdays only, morning and afternoon, commencing at 10 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. respectively.
Speaker, I support. Why are we altering this calendar? For the first time, we are altering this calendar because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Speaker, I think we need to speak as leaders to the people of Kenya that the COVID-19 now has reached our community level. The transmission now is at the community. We are talking about close to 1,000 cases per day. We're heading that route. We're talking about now we're reaching close to the 20,000 COVID cases in our country. Some counties have reported over 30% infection rate. Our public and private hospitals are overwhelmed. It's a reality. We are being told by the Ministry of Health that only 5 counties have adequate isolation centers, and we are talking of a very few ICU beds. And you saw yesterday's action of the President raising a very serious alarming rate. So we must speak to the people that even this House is under obligation, apart from representing the people, that we protect ourselves, we protect the staff of Parliament, and we protect the people of Kenya. Speaker, the Minister of Health must change their narrative. We cannot continue steering, or they cannot continue steering a ship towards a direction of where the hurricane is building, and they expect a different result. They need to change the coordinates. The Minister of Health, Mr. Speaker, in my honest opinion, is telling us that there is a fire. And every day, they tell us how many trees have been burnt and how far the fire has reached. They need to change that narrative. They need to tell us how many trees they have saved and what acreage of that bush is not consumed by the fire. We have appropriated over 3 billion shilling, Mr. Speaker. Money has been given to counties. Speaker, if you go to some of the counties in Kenya, particularly in the north, no single isolation center you will find. And because of the communities that live in those areas and the nature of burial, there are more deaths in rural Kenya today than in the hospitals where we frequent, those of us who are privileged. Mr. Speaker, I want to give an example. A patient was found with COVID-19 in Garissa County, and this patient was to be brought to Nairobi. The ambulance had no fuel. And I hope Honorable Sophia must be around here because that patient is a relative of Honorable Sophia. She had to pay for the ambulance, fuel. She had to pay for the driver's allowances and the nurse. But so sad, Mr. Speaker, there was no oxygen. And that patient died before reaching Thika, and the body had to be returned. Speaker, there are many, many deaths that are not accounted for. Today alone, the report is that there are over 14 who died in the last 24 hours. We should not wait unless we want to go south like our colleagues South Africa, where they are reporting 500 deaths within 24 hours. Or in Bolivia, where in one day, 400 people collapsed and died on the streets, and bodies are being collected. This disease is very real, Mr. Speaker. And as we alter the calendar, we must go back and speak to our people. If you go to rural Kenya, whether it's in Nyanza, whether it's in north, whether it's in eastern, whether it's in central, people are not wearing masks. People are still greeting. There's no social distancing. And we really want to ask the Ministry of Health that they must go out of their way by even protecting the privacy of those who are in the ICUs, but Kenyans, they must access the media to see how full our ICU rooms are with the COVID patients. What Kenyans are only hearing is numbers, that today is 400, tomorrow is 600, now we are going to 1,000. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to ask that as we alter the calendar, the ministry must act now and act fast. Otherwise, we will have no one Jiku to talk to and to talk about. We will have no one to get us the media reports. There will be no one Jiku to vote for the BBI. Do something now. The time is now. You owe Wanjiku the duty to do everything to protect our survival, and this is a matter of life and death. And as a country, let us listen to the experts. Let us listen to the president. Let us listen to those who are guiding us as we alter our calendar. And even ask Parliament that we must protect. Mr. Speaker, you are under obligation as our Speaker, as the Chair of the Foreign Service Commission and the Commission, to make sure that our staff are safe and their families are safe. I support.
What's the point of order? Honorable Anga?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the former majority leader has made very good points. But there is the issue of how we actually wear our masks, which is the first place we begin. The mask should also cover your nose in addition to your mouth. So the whole time the former majority leader was making very good points on COVID, but his mask was halfway down to his chin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think, can we dispose of this one so that we can go to, because honourable members, then let me put the question that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 28 of subsection 4, and taking cognizance of the recent rise in the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic in the country, this House resolves to further alter its calendar for the fourth session, regular sessions 2020, as amended on June 2nd, 2020, and therefore orders as follows with respect to the sittings of the House during the period July 30th to August 13th, 2020. A, that the House will hold morning and afternoon sittings on Thursday, July 30th, 2020, commencing at 10 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. respectively. Thereafter, the rest of the sittings of the House of Tuesdays and Thursdays shall stand suspended And B, that with effect from Wednesday, August 5th, 2020, the House will hold its sittings on Wednesdays only, morning and afternoon, commencing at 10 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. respectively. Will as many as that opinion say aye? As many as contrary opinion say no? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 15, the Public Finance Management Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2020, second reading.
Leader of Majority.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Finance Management Amendment number 2 Bill of 2020 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, the objective of this bill is basically to amend the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 to introduce a major amendment which will create a framework that will facilitate the establishment and operationalization of a credit guarantee scheme to support our micro, small, and medium enterprises, which is generally referred to as the MSMEs. The scheme, basically when it's established, aims to provide guarantees or credit guarantees for the loans that will be issued to these institutions by commercial banks and other lenders, which will end up reducing the default risk as viewed from the purpose from the lending institutions. And the end result of that is that the lenders will then find that because the credit is guaranteed, they can lend more and at lower rates, because with the risk reduced, the cost of lending should appropriately come down. Mr. Speaker, just by way of background, you may recall that in recognition of the importance of the MSMEs and the impact, the negative impact that COVID-19 has had on them, His Excellency the President, as part of his measures to address some of the negative impacts on business, on May the 28th, did unveil an 8-point economic stimulus program. And within this program, he included the provisions for the National Treasury to allocate a seed capital of $3 billion, which is likely to rise as we move on, purely to start this credit guarantee scheme for the MSMEs. And this, members will recall, Mr. Speaker, has already been factored within the 2020-21 budget. Now, MSMEs have been identified as pivotal in accelerating the economic growth of this country. We know, we all talk about the Juakali industry, we talk of the small traders. All these are the people falling within this wider bracket of the micro and small enterprises. And there's different definitions, and all these have been captured in the account, in the bill. We also know that this business, by virtue of their small sizes, are vulnerable to, first of all, they don't have access to credit. Nobody trusts them. They don't have history that they can take to the bank and then to support their future cash flows. They don't have the money to invest in technologies for innovation. They don't have access to the wider markets like their competitors in the larger markets have. And generally, even World Bank, Central Bank, all those things have come up with several factors that are impediment to the growth of this sector. But the most important has been they may be innovative, they have good ideas, they have a market, they have orders from the county government, they have orders from the central government, but they don't have finance. And the finance they were getting through the tender finance was also very expensive. So His Excellency the President did then look at that and said, again, in discussions with them, if they could access credit from the former banking systems, then they'll be able to trade at par with everyone else, but at reduced cost. And the beauty with this credit guarantee scheme, as opposed to, for example, what the US is doing with direct checks to businesses under the the payroll protection plans. And another countries where money is being given directly to organizations is that credit guarantee schemes do not distort the market, because you're accessing money from the same commercial banks, except that your money is guaranteed for the small people by the government, whereas for the bigger guys, it's guaranteed by their history and by their reputation. So that if you have a small brewer in a rural setting whose turnover is not even more than 100 million, can compete with Kenya breweries, brewing in the billions, because breweries will access credit based on their reputation. But this guy has no reputation, so the banks will then price their risk higher and basically tell him, we'll give you the money, but at very high interest rates. When that risk is guaranteed by the government, then obviously now the operating framework is equalized. Just again for purposes of appreciating the sector, by 2019, it was estimated that these SMEs, the micro, small, and medium enterprises, contributed about 40% of our GDP and 90% of the new jobs. We also know that we are talking about 7.4 million institutions. However, again from studies, only about 20% are registered, which means the rest are operating informally. Now, this credit guarantee scheme will only operate for those who are formally registered, because you can't really get everyone who you don't even know where to track them once they got the money. And I think these are some of the proposals that have been put in the bill to ensure that only those who are registered, they are paying tax, they have a business permit, and a few other conditions that they meet can access this credit scheme, so that we don't have the fly-by-night organization that we want to take advantage of any initiative to ride on it, and hence are not necessarily, we don't know what they'll do with the funds that once they get from the bank. Mr. Speaker, like I said, financing is only one of the problems, and I'm sure that even as we provide this finance, there's still need for looking at the regulatory environment, and I'm glad we passed through here some, a raft of laws to simplify the business environment, which will help these MSMEs. The research is still an issue, and I'm sure we'll be putting in some effort to help them to get into that. Now, you might ask then, members may be wondering, we created Uwezo Fund, we created a Youth Enterprise Fund, there's a Women Enterprise Fund, among so many others. There's even a micro-enterprise support program. And why have these not then addressed the issues here? We all know, basically, the Uwezo Fund, the Youth Fund, Women Enterprise Fund, these are targeted at separate groupings, basically to start people off, to give them confidence, so they can then get into the formal markets to access credit and compete with everyone else. So, Mr. Speaker, like I said, Kenya is not the only one doing this. There are similar schemes in different jurisdictions. We have a similar scheme in Ireland, basically where the Irish government is providing about 80% to facilities that range between the equivalent of 1 million shillings to about 120 million shillings for a period of up to 7 years. Tanzania runs a similar scheme, a very robust credit guarantee scheme, which provides access to credit by the MSMEs, especially within the agriculture sector. Because that's one of the sectors that the formal credit providing institutions don't want to touch, given the vagaries of nature, and it's a very dynamic situation where a whole crop could be wiped out in one season and the banks have no security. Singapore has its enterprise financing scheme, again, which covers a number of the enterprises' financing needs, such as especially the working capital needs, the fixed assets loans, and venture debt loan, and trade loan, among others. Like we've seen as part of the response to the COVID, We've seen similar initiatives in the US, in UK, with partial financing for the furloughed employees and also credit. And even with the EU, again, with a huge amount has been put to help the businesses. So we are joining the rest of the world in ensuring that our people can be insulated from lack of finance. The long and short of this is obviously that now our people will get access to this affordable credit, and I really don't want to belabor that point. And within the bill, it has provided for the safeguards that will be necessary to identify the right beneficiaries. It's also providing for the Cabinet Secretary to provide for regulations in terms of how it will be operationalized to ensure that we are adequately covered and we reduce the default risk. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, let me commend the Committee on Finance. They've moved with speed in reviewing this bill and processing it so that it can be ready for us to debate this morning, and they'll be sharing the report, which has already been uploaded to members. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support and ask the Honorable Gladys Wanga, the new Chair of Finance and Planning, to make her debut. I beg to move. I get to move and ask the Honorable Gladys Wanga, the Chair of Finance and Planning, to second and share with us the results from her committee work.
Honorable Wanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion for the second reading of the Public Finance Management Amendment number 2, National Assembly Bill, which the Majority Leader has very ably moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is it number 2 or number 23?
Bill number PFM Amendment number 2 of 2020, National Assembly Bill number 23. But it's the second PFM amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Majority Leader for moving. But Mr. Speaker, this being my maiden assignment as the Chairperson of the Finance Committee, with your permission, allow me to digress and thank the Committee of Finance very much for according me this opportunity to lead this very important committee. Mr. Speaker, and also to thank you for your support and guidance through this period of orientation. There has been no honeymoon, Mr. Speaker. It has been to hit the road running, and also to thank the leadership of the majority and my own leadership of the minority, led by the Honorable John Badi, and the whip, Mr. Speaker, minority whip. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to thank the outgoing chair of the Finance Committee, Honorable Limo, for the work that he did while he held this position, and we build on from that work, Mr. Speaker. And the staff of the committee have been very kind and have helped to acquaint me as quickly as possible, Mr. Speaker, to the workings of the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, just for the record, this bill was committed to the Finance Committee, and consequently, on 13th July 2020, the Clerk of the National Assembly placed an advert in the newspapers inviting interested members of the public and other stakeholders to submit their proposals. And I'd like to mention that because during this COVID period, people can say there was no public participation. So the advert was placed, and we received quite a few submissions from relevant stakeholders that I will be sharing in the course of this seconding, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader has already mentioned that the PFM Act right now already anticipates the government providing credit guarantees, including to private borrowers. But the conditions that have been put, Mr. Speaker, are such that MSMEs cannot fit within that framework. Because if one of the conditions for private borrowers is that you must provide security, then MSMEs will not be able to provide security. Mr. Speaker, if the second condition is that you must take this guarantee for capital investments, we do know that under the COVID circumstances, private MSMEs are suffering in the sense that they want money even for their day-to-day running. So some of those conditionalities could not allow for the current framework to have government guaranteeing private borrowers that are MSMEs. And Mr. Speaker, that is the reason
that the Treasury have brought in these amendments so that we create a framework within which the conditions are set in a way that MSMEs can also afford to borrow. The other key amendment, Mr. Speaker, is on the issue of reporting. Because currently, the PFM anticipates the Treasury to report on each and every guarantee, the amount of that guarantee, the period, and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, if you do that with MSMEs, which are going to be guaranteed using the $3 billion that His Excellency set aside in the economic stimulus, which are going to be guaranteed in their thousands, then it will make it impractical for Treasury to report on each and every guarantee. That is why the amendments are providing that in bulk, now the Treasury can report on the SMEs every year as per the PFM Act. Mr. Speaker, COVID has really affected our medium and small businesses. Mr. Speaker, if you think about eateries, restaurants, bars, because now even bars are going to go further down following His Excellency's speech yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, salons, because many women are now preferring to wear wigs. Mr. Speaker, even barber shops, because many of our brothers are now preferring to be shaved in the house, asking their sons and spouses and so on to be the ones to cut their hair. Mr. Speaker, the transport sector. Mr. Speaker, private schools, and we already talked about schools here earlier, Mr. Speaker. People were saying, what has happened to the enterprises that were surrounding schools, universities, whether it is hostels, whether it is, people who are selling eggs around, university campuses and so on. Those enterprises have been so deeply affected, Mr. Speaker. Even small shops. This morning I visited a small trader that trades in ladies' items, and they said they usually import these items, and now the cost of importation is so high that when they place that cost on the items, people can barely buy these products, Mr. Speaker. So this is where we are coming from. And therefore, it was a game changer for His Excellency to actually put in the $3 billion for the credit guarantee scheme, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we received many submissions on this bill. But I'd like to just run members through the clause by clause, just briefly, just so that for contribution they can, have this in mind. The second clause deals with the issue of definitions. It has defined what a medium enterprise is, but it has referred to the definitions of small and micro enterprises from the Micro and Small Enterprises Act of 2012. So a micro enterprise, as defined, is a business that has an annual turnover of less than 500,000. Mr. Speaker, you see that if you look at this business, it's a business with a daily turnover of maybe 1,000, 1,300. This is what we are looking at here. So if anyone is wondering that this is an elitist scheme, no. We are dealing with businesses with as low as an annual turnover of 500,000, which breaks down to about 1,300 in a day. Mr. Speaker, small enterprises are defined as those with an annual turnover of between 500,000 and 5 million. And now the bill introduces the definition for a medium enterprise, which is a business with an annual turnover of less than 100 million. So the scope is covered all the way from a very small M-Pesa shop to the larger, a larger business with an annual turnover of less than 100 million. So, Mr. Speaker, in Clause 3, we are dealing mainly with aligning the reporting. In Clause 4, the amendments are introduced. This is the heartbeat of the bill, Clause 4, where you amend the conditionalities for guaranteeing of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And in Clause 5, you deal with the issue of reporting finally. So, Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary now has permission to go and do the regulations to deal with the more nitty-gritty bits of who will be lent, how will it be done, how do you apply, when do you qualify. Those will now be covered within the regulation. So, Mr. Speaker, we received submissions from the National Treasury, we received submissions from the Africa Women Studies Center, from the University of Nairobi, we received submissions from ISPAC, we received submissions from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Kenya Bankers Association, the State Department for Trade and Enterprise Development, and the Micro and Small Enterprise Authority. Mr. Speaker, we also received submissions from the Office of the Auditor General. Even though these submissions were very, very important, And they dealt a bit with what Honorable Wandai was raising earlier as far as timing for audits. So the Auditor General was raising the fact that when you say 3 months after the end of the financial year, the auditors should bring in, the auditees should bring in their reports, everybody brings their reports at the end of the 3rd month. Therefore, the Auditor General has a very short period of time within which to audit and submit within the constitutional timelines. So this, even though they were not relevant, I found them very important, and the committee is going to be looking at a way of ensuring that, with your guidance, Mr. Speaker, that these matters are carried, even if not in this amendment, in another substantive amendment of its own, because these issues that the Auditor General raised are very, very substantive. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that measures have to be put in place. These are some of the submissions we received to ensure women, enterprises owned by women, youth, and persons with disability have access to this fund as well, Mr. Speaker. And because this group constitute the bulk of the underserved segment of the economy, and further promoting the capacity of women entrepreneurs and business owners has a significant potential to reduce poverty and gender inequality in the country. Mr. Speaker, in considering the bill, the committee observed that if enacted, the bill will make it possible for MSMEs to access credit, encourage growth of the MSMEs, increase employment, encourage self-employment as opposed to people waiting for jobs, encourage Kenyans to be innovative, and encourage value addition to raw products from this country, therefore contributing significantly to our GDP. Mr. Speaker, the committee will be proposing some amendments to the bill during the committee stage. And Mr. Speaker, with those many, many remarks, I beg to second.
Well done. I propose the question, which is that the Public Finance Management Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2020, be now read a second time. Honorable John Bandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this bill that has been ably moved by the Leader of Majority and seconded by the Chair of the Committee, and I'm happy that in a long time a member of the ODM party is actually moving or seconding a motion and presenting the report of a departmental committee of the House. Mr. Speaker, that is because of the changing times of accommodative politics. And Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Honorable Gladys Wanga for having earned the approval of the committee to chair this committee. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I want to start by saying that the financial experts, Mr. Speaker, in this country, especially immediately, the effects of COVID-19 started becoming apparent, got concerned that as a nation, we need to pay more attention. And I think I've spoken in this House many times, Mr. Speaker, especially when we were discussing the effect of COVID on the economy. And I did say that a lot of attention needs to be directed towards the micro, small, and medium enterprises for three critical reasons. Number one, MSMEs are actually contribute to over 40%, as the Leader of Majority said, of our GDP. So in order to push GDP forward, you need to give attention to this sector. Two, this sector of the economy contributes to the tax revenue of our economy. Three, Mr. Speaker, you need to protect jobs in this sector. And the majority of Kenyans are actually employed by the MSMEs, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, in order to provide a ceiling for the economy not to sink further, Mr. Speaker, urgent attention needed to be taken. And that is why we have been calling for structured way of helping these MSMEs, or medium and small, micro, small and medium enterprises, to be able to absorb the shock, Mr. Speaker, that has been caused by the effects of coronavirus. Mr. Speaker, almost all businesses are struggling worldwide, whether multinational, whether small enterprise. etc. But the effect is more advanced in small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the import of this bill is to provide a credit guarantee scheme to be able to have these micro, small, and medium enterprises to be funded through loaning, but the loans are guaranteed by the government. And I think that is the main objective of this bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with Honorable Wanga that both micro and small enterprises are clearly defined in the Micro and Small Enterprises Act of 2012. But the medium enterprises were not, up to now, have not been defined. And therefore, this bill is providing a definition where, besides putting the cap on annual turnover of not more than 100 million, there is also a cap on the number of employees from 51 to 250 employees. So any business enterprise that has more than 250 employees would not qualify to be in the category of medium enterprises. Mr. Speaker, it also goes ahead to even include the manufacturing sector, which would fall under the medium and small, under medium enterprises, and caps the capital base or assets of such enterprises to be no more than 250 million. Mr. Speaker, it also talks about those services sector and the farming enterprises, which would also qualify. Again, the capital base or the assets are capped 125 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that I have a few concerns that needs to be addressed to, and I can see there is changeover. Madam Speaker, I want to say that there are certain observations that I've made from the bill. One is that we need to be cautious, and there is need for these enterprises, whether micro or small or medium enterprises, they need to understand that the loans that are advanced is not free money. Mr. Speaker, the reason why the Youth Development Fund, Enterprise Fund, the Women Enterprise Fund, and the Ways of Funds are struggling is because Kenyans have these bad manners of imagining that any money that has government, the government hand in it is free money. These businesses need to understand that the money that they would be loaned from the financial institutions but guaranteed by the government is not free money and money that they must work hard to repay. So, Mr. Speaker, that is one observation. The second one is I want to caution the Cabinet Secretary responsible that we have a lot of cases, apart from our debt level, which is as a result of borrowing. We also have parastatals that have been guaranteed by the national government. And these parastatals, Madam Speaker, those parastatals, many of them are defaulting in paying their loans. And those loans will fall on the shoulders of the National Treasury. Remember, Madam Speaker, that we have just, we have a case where already there are regulations to allow counties also to borrow and the national government to guarantee. So, Madam Speaker, if we are not careful with the guarantees, we are going to export this country to more debt risk that may affect our economy adversely. We all know that when banks are calculating loans, the cost of borrowing, risk factor is very important. And that is why I'm supporting fully the guaranteeing of the loans to MSMEs, because if that guarantee is not provided, Madam Speaker, the cost of borrowing will be very, very high. But Madam Speaker, something that I must admit that I have not looked into detail the report of the committee. I will check, but I hope the committee has considered the powers that have been given to the Cabinet Secretary in this bill. Madam Speaker, this bill has literally given the Cabinet Secretary powers to prescribe through regulations the operation of this scheme, which would include who is eligible.
And I move that the debate be now adjourned. Now, Mr. Speaker, this matter, at least reporting positively, because I've had the discussions which have been going on between us informally, at least there's some consensus which is developing. And that consensus, the way I understand it, is that no senator wishes to see any county losing any money. I think generally there's consensus on that issue. But, Mr. Speaker, we still do not have sufficient consensus on the other conditions that will fully constitute the basis upon which, under the Constitution, revenue will be allocated. Mr. Speaker, normally a debate about resources is very divisive. And I'm pleading with the House. I'm pleading with the House. And I'm repeating, I'm pleading with the House. The trajectory which this discussion is now taking may be with us for generations to come. I would think that we'd have the authority of and integrity of the Senate protected and safeguarded if we did not rush to a decision when there is an opportunity to close the loopholes where there is no general agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, I remember, and Senator Wetangula is the one who was advising me on this, on the issue of division of revenue amongst counties. The first bite at on this matter was in the National Assembly before the Senate was elected. And the National Assembly had the powers of the Senate at that time because there was no Senate. It took quite a number of meetings at that time on this single issue to sit together, to reason together, and come up with a solution that was acceptable to most of the senators. In the second resolution that was made, similarly, I think we went to Naivasha. Those who are here would remember. And I think we took nearly 4 days discussing this issue. And when we left Naivasha, there was no Orengo motion, there was no Murkomen motion because Senator Murkomen was there. It was a decision that was reached together as a Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, I plead with you because what I'm seeing, and when we look at the way it has been portrayed, how this allocation may go, we are making the same mistake that was made during the colonial period. We are making the same mistake when paper number 10 was discussed by the National Assembly. And that sessional paper number 10 was really described that it was neither African nor socialist, because it was saying that resources should go where there's already development. And that we don't want to repeat. So, Mr. Speaker, I am begging, and I've spoken to many members in this House for the last 1 week. And I had a session with Senator Yusuf Haji in the last 1 hour. And together, I think we can continue to talk until we have a position that is accepted to most of the senators. And I think we should not be afraid that our integrity may be lost because we are seen to be dithering. A lot of decisions that have changed the world have taken quite a bit of time. Even at Serena, we took quite a bit of time. Even after the wars, the discussions that came about, people took a lot of time. So when some people are saying that our integrity will be undermined, and as soon as we make a decision, the debate will be out there, that people disagreed along these lines, I think that is not the right thing to do. So I want to thank Senator Wetangula because he's the one who came with this proposal, so that all the amendments that are before the Senate, including the Olekina amendment, including Senator Ali's amendment, including Senator Gidiomi's amendment, including Senator Sakaja's amendment, we have an opportunity to discuss them fully with their simulations so that when we take the vote, we know what the decision we have made and we are prepared to live with it. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go beyond that, but I beg the House, I really beg the House that we sleep over this matter and meet at the next sitting, by which time through your office we may have organized such a meeting to ensure that we have consensus on this matter. I beg to move.
Have seconders?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in looking for, I beg to second this adjournment motion. Mr. Speaker, in looking for consensus, one must be ready to take a very painstaking process. Mr. Speaker, this week, tomorrow, we are barring one of the most skillful negotiators for peace in this region, President Mkapa of Tanzania. I do recall, Mr. Speaker, we went to discuss in Dar es Salaam about peace in Burundi with the late President Nkurunziza, who was then a rebel fighting to take government. And we sat with President Mkapa, Mr. Speaker, for 72 hours continuously. 72 hours. Negotiating to find a consensus. And at one point, I remember us taking over 12 hours to reach a consensus on just one small thing. I always tell my brother, the distinguished senator from Mandera, we sat in Safari Park with President Museveni to negotiate about Somalia. And some Somali delegate, a man, said something that infuriated a woman in the room. And she stood up and hit him so hard. He fell on the floor and somebody stood up and said, Isideji, Isideji, Isideji. Isideji has now become part of my vocabulary. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House that, as Senator Orengo has said, and I believe the majority leader has no difficulty with this, that we can hold this session and have a quick vote. And the majority will have their way. The minority will have had their say. But we are going to create some very serious polarities in the country. I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that this House, our most important constitutional function is division of revenue. In 1963, Mr. Speaker, the late President Moi, Masinde Muliro, and Ronald Ngala spent their energy crisscrossing this country to tell Kenyans that equity must be the cornerstone of the management of our affairs of the country. Eventually, Kano, that had the majority, saw the sense in what those three great men were saying. And Mr. Speaker, we went 300-degree cycle to come to where Moi, Muliro, and Ngala were to create devolution. And devolution is not about running away with what you can get, but it's about sitting and saying, live and let live. Not live and let die. My count, Mr. Speaker, where you also come from, in the permutation on the floor, we are gaining 928 million. But that's not the end in itself. We can walk away with that money. What about the Kenyan in Kwale? What about the Kenyan in Elgeyo Marakwet? What about the Kenyan in Vihiga? So I want to urge us, Mr. Speaker, it wasn't easy in the last parliament. Murkomen, the senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, Senator Orengo, Senator Haniri, Senator Cheriot, Senator Mutula Kilonzo can bear me witness. 4 days working, and we were sitting from 7 to 8 with CRA. When we walked here, Mr. Speaker, there was a consensus par excellence. Everybody agreed. So I want to urge the House, Mr. Speaker, that my suggestion that Senator Orengo has talked to does not kill any initiative, does not distinguish any interests. We are polarized. Forget about what the papers are saying. They're polarizing us even more. They are now defining the country by drawing maps, the red zones and the green zones. And when you look at those red zones and green zones, Mr. Speaker, it reminds you of 1963. This is not the direction I would wish us, as the second Senate in the new constitution of this country, to visit to our country. So I want to urge my younger brother, Senator Kangata, because he has been displaying a bit of agitation on this matter, that we all agree that the next sitting session, some consensus would have been built not necessarily on which formula to take, but which steps we should take. And the Constitution is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that if there is no new formula, then the formula in place remains the formula until you have a new formula. So there's no lacuna. The country is not going to operate without a formula. And I want to tell you guys, senators, as I finish, today, you may think that the perimeter you hold dear is the only one that obtains in your county. The next day, there will be a shift of population to a different area of the country altogether because of economic activities. The parameters will change. So there's no fixed position for anybody. The fixed position is the interest of the people of Kenya. That is what should be the fixed position. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues, and I can see that all of us must be patriotic enough to know that the pain of a Kenyan in Gorokocho must be felt by a Kenyan in Vanga. That the pain of a Kenyan in Turkana must be felt by a Kenyan in Murang'a. That is what the nation is all about. That when you hear that somebody has been gunned down in Wajir, you feel the pain because it's your compatriot. That is not the same pain you probably would feel when you hear somebody was gunned down in Fiji, although it's humanity. I urge you, colleagues, my distinguished colleague, the tycoon from Nyeri, I can see you staring at me. This is the direction we should go. And this is the direction that will hold us together. Let's not have winners and losers in this debate. Let's have Kenya as the winner in this debate. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the debate be now adjourned. Senator Whip Kangata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me with all due respect to oppose the motion for adjournment. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have discussed this issue for more than, not once, not twice, not 3, not 4 times, not 5. Now this is the 6th sitting we are having to discuss this issue. Mr. Speaker, sir, the options that we have currently before us, it means if one was to support Sakaja's proposal, Senator Sakaja's proposal, if one was to support Senator Irungo Kangata proposal, no county loses this year. So the options that we have before us, they are the best. They are enough. We have discussed, we have caucused, and I think we need now to come and say, this is now the end of the discussion, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I appreciate my minority leader, Orengo. He is a good lawyer. And, but surely, after all that discussion, after all those concessions, remember the discussion commenced when we had what we call the CRA, isn't it? We discussed CRA. Then there was a further amendment by the chair of the then committee for the finance committee, Engineer Mohamud. Then there was another one by the then interim chair, Senator Mwaura. Then there was another amendment by the committee. Then that committee, the so-called Linturi formula. Then there was another amendment to propose to come up with, I don't know, 1-year cushioning. Again, we went, now we have another Kangata proposal proposing adjournment or effective days to take 2 years, I don't know, 3 years. Then we have Sakaja's proposal. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have tried all measures. I think it is time now we decide. Kenyans out there, Mr. Speaker, sir, are watching. They want a Senate that is decisive. I am ready, Mr. Speaker, sir, to take whatever outcome that the honorable senators are going to decide here. I'm ready. And I am happy, my brothers, that now the kind of options that we have on the table, at least we shall not have a gaining and a losing counties. To me, I thought that was the main problem, Mr. Speaker, sir, why this discussion was so protracted. Now, with the kind of 2 options we have, please, Mr. Speaker, sir, we shall, once we make the decision, we shall be brothers and sisters, because we shall go home knowing no single county has lost or has gained this financial year or even the next financial year. With those few remarks, I stand to oppose.
Senator Utula Kilonzo Jr.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to oppose. And the reason I oppose this adjournment is this. Mr. Speaker, since the last adjournment, or even the previous adjournments, Mr. Speaker, and I beg your attention.
Okay, let's consult in low tones.
Since the last adjournment and the previous adjournment, Mr. Speaker, we have not met. I sit here as a leader, and I know the sort of caucusing that has been happening over the weekend. Some of us had to switch off our phones because we know what the caucusing they were doing. They call one senator here, one senator there, in a room somewhere, in a room in another place. Mr. Speaker, Senator Sakaja and I were requested to look for a middle ground. That proposal by Senator Sakaja was as a result of request by the majority and minority leader. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would have expected the very least that all those senators who have amendments would have come and debated those amendments. At that point, you can say, before we vote, can we go and caucus? But we know that even the chair of finance was not ready to move. I'm aware, and I can say that openly. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you postponing this is just making sure that we are lobbied and lobbied and lobbied and phone calls throughout the night. We are not sleeping. We are being called, statements being issued. Mr. Speaker, today, I want to see, the book of Psalms says, I shall prepare a table in front of you of your enemies. I want to see senators voting against Makueni. I want to see senators voting and saying the chair of BBI who sits here should lose money. It's simple. Today is the day. Today is the day, and when we leave, Mr. Speaker, I want to see the people who are prepared to hang Makueni. So do it now. Don't postpone our misery. Hang us now. We are ready. So that from tomorrow, no senator will say that there is a country or a county of bushes, of livestock and shrubs. No senator will go to a wedding and threaten us. Threaten us on the floor with your vote. I oppose.
Senator Kindiki Kidure.
Mr. Speaker, I oppose. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I have a lot of respect for Senator Orengo and Senator Wetangula, both of whom are my seniors in the legal profession. However, today, Mr. Speaker, this House is faced with the fate of the young man in the book by Chinua Achebe, Arrow of God, who was sent to deliver a diplomatic message to the other village. And an old man called Obierika asked whether it was in order to send the young man without first preparing the young man with the skills to carry both fire and water in the same mouth. Mr. Speaker, what this House has to do today is to be able to carry fire and water in one mouth. Mr. Speaker, the story that brings us here today this afternoon began in the 60s with great nationalists like Ronan Gala and others. Unfortunately, 4 years down the line, they lost the battle. They closed the floor. Those who were favoring a situation as we have today, where a lot of resources remain at the center, took advantage and brought out sessional paper number 10 of 1965, which simply said keep money in Nairobi and use it to develop places near the railway line. And because the Coast Province was then a protectorate, it was left out and marginalized with the rest of the country that were further from the railway line. Mr. Speaker, devolution came to sort out this problem. But today, we are faced with a choice, and no amount of procrastination will help. Let us make our decisions and live with them. Mr. Speaker, as I end, the sponsor of this motion and the seconder have not given any time frames So we are just wasting time and dithering and looking bad in the eyes of Kenyans. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have spoken enough. Those who are against other parts of the country and using very derogatory terms, we want to tell them, you may not be brave enough to answer us today, and perhaps you will keep quiet. But I want to remind you, as I end, of the lion that chased an antelope, and the antelope fell over a cliff. And the lion asked the rock, "Have you seen my antelope?" And the rock did not reply. He asked the other rock, "Have you seen my antelope?" The rock did not reply. And the lion said, Mr. Speaker, you may not answer me, but you have heard me. Mr. Speaker, I oppose.
Senator George Khaniri, then.
Mr. Speaker.
Then after that, we shall have Senator Susan Kihika approach.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to vehemently oppose the motion moved by Senator Orengo, the leader of minority. Mr. Speaker, in my long stay in the House of Parliament, I have never seen a situation where the leader moves a motion and the whip opposes the same motion. What does it tell you, Mr. Speaker? What does it tell you, Mr. Speaker? That even if we extend time, I don't think there will be any agreement that we are seeking for. People have already taken positions on this matter. We have options on the table for us to decide on, and the time is now, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we were all opposed to was the idea of some counties losing money. Senator Kangata has put it very well, that all the options that we have on the table will guarantee that all counties will get what they were what they got in the last allocation. As a Senate, we must be guided by Article 96.
Order, senators. Senators, consult in low tones. Order. Social distancing. Senators, please. Let me tell you, this house will be closed down. Okay,
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker, as a Senate, we must always be guided by the provisions of our Constitution, and in particular, the provisions of Article 96, that the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect the interests of the counties and their governments. And therefore, as a House, we must always be ready to stand for all the counties. An injustice in one county is an injustice to all counties. So we want to know today, who are these senators who are not abiding by the provisions of our Constitution, and in particular Article 96? This selfishness must come to an end. Let us know today. Mr. Speaker, we oppose the motion by Orengo. We are ready to debate the motion by Kibiru and the amendments that by Senator Sakaja, so that we take a decision today. The country is ripe. The country is awaiting the decision of this House. I oppose.
Senator Susan, then I will put the question, because order, members, order. We have to make a decision after I put the question, because if we decide to continue, then we will need time to debate. So because the arguments are clear, those who are for adjournment and those who are against. So once I put the question, we'll put a vote, and then the matter is decided. Senator Susan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to oppose the motion and state that, Mr. Speaker, as much as I respect the leader of majority as well as Senator Wetangula, I believe that that is not the right direction. As we stand here today, or as we sit here today, the country is waiting to hear what it is that the Senate will come up with regarding this formula. Mr. Speaker, by postponing the decision, we just keep kicking the can down the road. We have had about a year or so to canvass on this formula. We have had many sittings that we have
Let's
been
consult
called
in
to.
low tones. Order, senators. Let's consult in low tones. Let's observe social distancing.
Mr. Speaker, we have canvassed on this issue of the formula for the last 1 year. We have had very many meetings. We have also, in the last few weeks, mobilized and lobbied and come to the House to have the same decision or take the same decision. And every time we have decided to postpone the inevitable. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is the right time to proceed. Let what will be. It will be the same senators a week from now, 3 months from now, a year from now. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, whatever it is that the senators will come up with here today, even a year from now, some will not be satisfied and some will be. So it does not make sense, Mr. Speaker, to keep postponing what we must do. Mr. Speaker, being a leader means you must be decisive. And we cannot be indecisive and expect to lead this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I call upon the Senate to go ahead today and handle this very difficult issue. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it, let us get it done today. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, order. Senators, take your seats. Observe social distancing. Senator Baringo. Order, senators. I'm going to put the question, then thereafter, we shall have electronic voting, and those who are outside will come in our normal way to vote. No. Order, senators. You know, for adjournment, because of, we want to give everybody an opportunity, because those who are out there will be disadvantaged. Let us be free to everyone. Yeah. I put the question, which is that the debate be now adjourned. So prepare for the vote. Okay, 1 minute, the bell to be rung for 1 minute. Okay, order. Senators, take your seats. Take your seats because we want to vote. And those who are in the other chamber can start coming forward. Sit, take your seats. We are voting. Sit, take your seats. Okay, let's vote. Eh? Bado. Start voting, start the voting. Those who are in the extended chamber to come. Vote, 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 vote. Those to be assisted. Assisted voters, those in the other chamber, please come. Okay, observe social distancing, please, please. I'm pleading with you. Come vote, take the minimum time so that you observe social distancing. Observe social distancing. Honorable senators, those who have voted, clear the way, please. Those who have voted, clear the way so that we observe social distancing. Yeah. Okay, those who have voted, please clear the way, clear the way. Let us observe social distancing, please. Okay, order, order. If your name is not there, you just write your name and sign. Please, let's make haste. Okay. Senators, take your seats. Okay, order, order. Take your seats. Take your seats, order. Take your seats, take your seats. Take your seats, senators. We have something to do. We have some timelines to meet before we proceed. Take your seats, senators. Order, senators, take your seats. Take your seats, please. Order, take your seats. We have timelines to meet. Otherwise, you'll adjourn by default. Take your seats. We have only 2 minutes, please. Senator Sakaja. Yeah, who is moving? Who is moving? Okay, Senator Khaneri.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 31, paragraph 3A, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting time until conclusion of business listed on the order paper as order number 9 and 10 of today's order paper. I call upon Senator Sakaja to second.
Senator Sakaja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's pretty straightforward. I second, due to the time that we have left. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I now put the question that pursuant to Standing Order 31-3A, the Senate resolves to extend its sitting time until conclusion of business listed in the order paper number 9 of today's order paper. As manner of that opinion say aye. Aye. As manner of a contrary view say nay. The ayes have it. Okay, take your seat. I want to announce the results. Take your seats. Okay, honorable senators, these are the results. Abstentions 0, noes 40, ayes 7, the noes have it. That means then we go back to the main motion and lead of whip. It's you. What's your point of order?
Speaker, since we have many amendments, I thought you would direct us on how we prosecute them so that in sequence, because some of the amendments that are proposed by Senator Olekina and myself are similar to the ones of Senator Sakaja. So it's important we know how to prosecute them so that we know whether once Kangata moves his amendment, Senator Kangata, we'll move to the other amendments or we'll go to voting. That's what I thought you would direct us. Thank you.
Okay, to Senator Kangata is make an amendment on the committee's motion. Then once we are through that, we'll take a vote. If it carries the day, yes. If it doesn't, then we see what to do next. Senator Kangata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to move the following motion. I'm moving the motion to amend the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the third basis criteria for allocating among the counties the share of the national revenue for the financial year 2021 to 2020 to 2021 to 2024-2025 in the following manners: that the motion be amended by deleting the full stop at the end and inserting the following words, I quote, subject to the following amendments to the report. A, that paragraph 26 of the report be amended by deleting the phrase commencement financial year 2021/2022 appearing on page 16 of the report, and B, insertion of the following new paragraph immediately after paragraph 26 of the report. 27A, the proposed third basis / criteria for allocating among the counties the share of national revenue for financial years 2020/2021 to 2024/2025 shall commence in the financial year 2022/2023. B, despite subparagraph A, the criteria applied to allocate among the counties the share of national revenue for the financial year 2019/2020 shall continue to apply until the commencement of the criteria under subparagraph A. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason I brought this amendment was because I heard the cries of my brothers from various counties, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, we belong to one Kenya. We respect our brothers in Coast. We respect our brothers in Northeastern. We respect each and every Kenyan. Mr. Speaker, sir, I agree with the whole idea that devolution should be aimed at assisting the so-called marginalized counties. And therefore, I would not support at all, Mr. Speaker, sir, a county losing money this financial year or the other financial year. I do not support that idea. And that is the reason I brought this amendment, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, originally, when the committee came up with this formula, there was an uproar among senators and many Kenyans. They said, oh, we are going to have, 18 counties that are going to lose money. And that narrative was even propagated by the media, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I started talking with my colleagues, asking them, what can we do to remedy your problem which you have with this formula? And therefore they told us, if there is a way you can do so that you don't lose money, we are okay. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I was the first one to even talk to my colleagues who are in the committee to tell them, let us postpone the effective date with 1 year. So that was adopted by the committee. But after that, I realized my colleagues, senators, were still not comfortable. So I decided, therefore, to now come up with this motion to now further amend the committee and give them up to 2022 beyond that period. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, if my brother, Senator from Nyamira, would be candid, he is the one who even gave me this idea. We talked over the phone. If he can recall, my brother, senior counsel, Senator Omogen, he told me, Kangata, if there's a way you can postpone the effective date, Mr. Speaker, sir, he said it's okay. And therefore, I decided to crystallize that idea into this motion. And therefore, I'm urging colleagues, please, let us support this idea. No counties is going to be affected. No one is going to be impacted negatively. We shall all be happy as one Senate family. The narrative that has been out there that we have gaining and losing counties will not apply. We shall have status quo for at least a period of time. And again, and these are my final remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am aware that there will be a bill that we are still discussing concerning the equalization bill. It is coming very soon. And other measures so that everyone is carried on board before the actual effective date takes in. And therefore, with this one, I would be asking senators to support. I think it's a very good compromise under all the circumstances. With those few remarks, I beg to move. I ask my brother, Senator Kajwang, to support this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second this amendment that has been brought to the House by Senator Irungu Kangata. I must start by saying that we find ourselves on the horns of a dilemma. We have to make decisions on wrongs, Mr. Speaker. We are not making a decision between a wrong and a right. We are making a decision between two wrongs. Mr. Speaker, before I accepted to second this motion, I was convinced, just like many other members in this House, that we needed further consultation to ensure that we do not end up with a divisive situation. But the time has come when a decision has to be made. And we as leaders, decision-making is part of the calling of leadership. Mr. Speaker, I second this amendment on the basis of the principles of public finance that are laid out in the Constitution in Article 201. Those principles talk about stability and predictability of the public finance management process. Some of the formulas and some of the simulations that have been brought to this House had the effect of disrupting the planning and budgeting processes of counties. Some of those simulations would have led certain counties to lose R1 billion overnight. And yet these counties have already concluded their budgeting and their appropriations bills have already been enacted. Mr. Speaker, this amendment proposes that for the next 2 financial years, the effects of the formula that this House is going to adopt shall not be felt. Mr. Speaker, that takes me to the second principle, that we should not have gainers and losers. And I feel disheartened, Mr. Speaker, when speakers step to this podium and talk about us and them, that today we shall see who is with us, and today we shall see who is not with us. Mr. Speaker, this is not a conversation about winners and losers. It should not be a conversation about us versus them. This should be a conversation about Kenya. What do we expect to achieve in 2 years? We have cynics in politics, and we have optimists in politics. I belong to the optimist school of thought. Mr. Speaker, a day is a long time in politics. Indeed, I was not even aware of this amendment until midday today. I want to congratulate Senator Kangata that despite his very hardline positions over the weekend, he has seen the light and he has accepted to climb down a little bit. Initially, Senator Kangata wanted the formula proposed by Senator Kibiru to apply immediately. We should have had great impact disrupting the budgeting of counties. I'm glad that as at yesterday, the concession was a moratorium of 1 year. Today, it is a moratorium of 2 years. 2 years is a long time in politics, Mr. Speaker. The optimists like us believe that there'll be other political processes that will result in an increased allocation of resources to counties, so that we do not have gainers and losers. Those of us who sit in this House, we have that solemn duty of allocating or dividing revenue between the national and county governments. And Mr. Speaker, it is a defeatist argument that we have put here that we are sure that we shall never get more than 316.5 billion, when it is our constitutional duty to negotiate with the National Assembly and Treasury to increase the resources that go to counties. In the past, we have been let down by our governors, and I'm not afraid to say this. When the Finance Committee, led by Senator Mahmood, every other year has proposed that counties should get more, governors go to IBEC. They sit in a cocoon somewhere, and they agree with the national government. And Senate is left with egg on its face. I want to encourage the new chair of the Finance Committee that the vigor with which you have pushed this formula, use that vigor in the next conversation on the division of revenue so that counties can get more money to ensure that the loss effect of these formulas we are talking about is not felt. Already we have simulations that if we increased the allocations to counties by about 10 or 15 billion, no county is going to lose. And that is the reason why I support this amendment. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I must go on record that all the formulas that have been brought to this House, none of them is perfect. In one formula, Homa Bay loses. In another formula, Homa Bay gains. The size of the cake is not changing. When Homa Bay gains, someone else loses. I support this amendment to ensure that in this financial year, Homa Bay does not gain at the expense of Mombasa. In this financial year, Kiambu does not gain at the expense of Tana River. In this financial year, Moranga does not gain at the expense of another county. Mr. Speaker, the health parameter in the formulas that are before us are completely wrong. You will see that a county like Homa Bay with the greatest disease burden, with the highest prevalence of HIV and AIDS, is allocated the least amount on that health parameter. Something is wrong with that formula. There are those who are convinced that this is a formula that advances the one man, one shilling principle. Look at the per capita allocation. It is a fallacy. It is not in this formula. But we have to take a decision, Mr. Speaker. We are on the horns of a dilemma. And as someone has said before, if you cannot have the one you love the one you have. We must adopt a formula that will apply properly without causing losses. Mr. Speaker, let me finalize by saying that we cannot convince the country to work with us if we resort to language that is borderline insults and borderline intimidation. And Mr. Speaker, as I support the amendment by my friend Senator Kangata, I will also advise him that in his weekend activities, it should never be my way or the highway. It should never be biting the bullet. It should never be we either adopt or BBI collapses. BBI was not meant for only one corner of the country. BBI is meant to unite the entire nation. And nobody should pray for that process to collapse over 316 billion in a 3 trillion Kenya shilling budget economy. Mr. Speaker, I second and I support the amendment.
Okay, order. Senators, take your seats. Senators, I now propose the question, which is that the motion be amended by deleting the full stop at the end and inserting the following words, subject to the following amendments to the report. A, that paragraph 26 of the report be amended by deleting the phrase commencement, financial year 2021-2022 appearing on page 16 of the report, and B, insertion of the following new paragraphs immediately after paragraph 26 of the report. 27A, the proposed third basis criteria for allocating among the counties the share of national revenue for financial years 2020-2021 to 2024-2025 shall commence on the financial year 2022-2023. B, despite subparagraph A, the criteria applied to allocate among the counties the share of national revenue for the financial year 2019-2020 shall continue to apply until the commencement of the criteria under subparagraph A. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Speaker. From the onset, I rise to support the amendment by the Majority Whip, Senator Irungu Kangata. Personally, I was of the view that it should have taken an immediate effect because the additional of 1.4 billion that should have come to Nandi County should have done wonders. But considering becoming a patriot and looking at all issues that has been raised, I have agreed. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I was not even of the view to delay for 1 year. But now, according to being a man of a big heart and compassionate to our friends across the country, I have accepted on this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2007, President George W. Bush told Iran that all options are on the table. And I'm happy today, Mr. Speaker, that Senate is going to make a decision. We had met for more than 5 to 6, this is the 6th time, and yet we have not made a decision, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree this is the right time that as a Senate we must provide a direction. We must agree with this amendment of Kangata so that we can dispense of this formula and allow counties. I agree it would have worked against many counties, Mr. Speaker, because the budgets and the budgetary process had begun for this financial year. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues, let us support and move forward, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the country needs to move forward. We must agree. I have heard the second of the motion, Senator Kajwang and also Senator Kangata. Those are the issues of BBI or handshake. Those are things people can discuss in burials or funerals, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy the President has banned any public gatherings. So you might end up discussing in WhatsApp groups. Mr. Speaker, we must move forward. Let us desist from any other issues of discussion of either BBI or handshake. Let us protect, as provided for under Article 174 of the Constitution, on issues of devolution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have read the committee report. There are many parameters that have been used to arrive at that formula, Mr. Speaker. I agree it might change. But one thing that will not change in allocation of resources in this country is where resources will always move to the people-driven agenda. That is one thing that will remain constant. Even as we look at the upper and poor of Kibra, we must consider the people of Nandi. We must consider the people of Mandera. Mr. Speaker, we must push for an equitable society, but we must not punish populous counties simply because we have many population. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, some of us have always stood for 1 shilling, 1 man, 1 vote. And that is what we have been trying to do to achieve equitable sharing in revenue in this country, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we can buy 6, we can put 2 matter to rest, because it will give more time for counties to adjust their budgets. Finally, Mr. Speaker, even as we postpone, as we delay the immediate effect of this formula, I want to challenge counties that they should also work on innovative ways of ensuring they come up with own source revenue. I agree in the IBEC, and Senator Kajwang has said this. When Senate has been fighting for more allocation to counties, governors have been going behind our backs with the national government and cutting a deal. When we were pushing for 329 billion, governors already made a decision with the national government of 316 billion. So we want to challenge the governors. They must also be innovative in generating their own sales revenue. Mr. Speaker, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Mogeni. Give him the mic. Hello, give him the mic. They are working.
The initiative of building bridges, but who wants to come to this floor and threaten the same building bridges initiative by the President, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we love this country, Mr. Speaker, we must move together, Mr. Speaker. And moving together, Mr. Speaker, means that we must care about the interests of the 47 counties, Mr. Speaker. It does not make any of us, as a senator, proud to ensure that we are taking money from Turkana, from Mandera, from Nyamira, giving it to another county, Mr. Speaker. That does not advance the dreams of our two principals, President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. Mr. Speaker, the only concern for some of us here, Mr. Speaker, is that we should not cause pain to any Kenyan by reducing their allocation of funds that we give to those counties. And what this proposed amendment by Senator Kangata implies is that, yes, we are going to starve your finances, but we are going to allow you to smile for 2 years, then you start mourning for another 3 years. That is not something I can support as the Senator of the County of Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I oppose this motion that is supposed to mislead the people of Nyamira. That we, yes, smile for 2 years, but after 3 years we start mourning. If you want to kill us in Nyamira, kill us today, not tomorrow. And the people of Nyamira are watching, I can assure you, they are on TV watching here today. So, Mr. Speaker, I oppose this amendment.
Senator Linturi.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this amendment. And Mr. Speaker, I'm one of the very happiest senators this afternoon after defeating the adjournment motion, because, Mr. Speaker, it is said that as leaders, you had better make wrong decisions than fail to make any at all. So for whatever it is, Mr. Speaker, and I do not know the outcome of this debate, I'll go home knowing very well that the matter of the formula will have been decided in whichever way. So to me, that will be very good progress, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, realities must be spoken, and we must always be ready to tell the truth. We also say that cowards die many deaths before the actual death. And Mr. Mutula, Jr., you had better listen to this, my good friend. Because I've heard you very clearly saying we want to slaughter you, let us do it. My brother, I'm very confident and very happy that the kind of optimism that you invite you and death today. I will also be very naive to continually give you palliative care when you are terminally ill. You had better go now than continually sit in hospital and continue wasting our money. So today, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the members of this House that we cannot run away from our constitutional duty of passing a formula for whatever it is. We must do it. And because we must do it, we shouldn't be in a position to think about these issues, thinking of a greater Kenya. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to stand here clearly and speak because I'm proud to have come from a county called Meru. And the other region that many people would also want to intimidate and blackmail throughout by trying to impute or try to tell us that we've sat on people for a very long time. The poor people in Meru, in Chuka, in Timau, Kangata and everywhere else, feel the same pain as the poor people in Kwale or in Kisumu or anywhere else. So when there is a proposal on how to share resources for this country, for service delivery, either for health, for water, for agriculture, or for whatever it is, and the bearing on the formula is on the basis of the people that so deserve those particular resources, we must be very clear in our minds that we all cannot be the same at the same time. Parameters have changed that are being used to allocate money. And for that reason, there will be those changes. So when we are discussing this particular matter, let us be very honest with ourselves. Let us be candid and say, yes, Some of us, for whatever reason, and they will not want to start rubbing wounds, that have had an opportunity to benefit from a formula that has also disadvantaged other people for a very long time, and we cannot be able to speak up about it because we are afraid of or being associated to becoming from the people that are seen to be powerful. So, Mr. Speaker, when I speak here, or anybody else coming from a county that deserved so much money and has not been getting this money going to his county, we must also bear that remember we have a responsibility to push money, fair allocation of resources to the people that we represent. Mr. Speaker, I am cognizant of the fact that we must always be able to compromise. And a compromise has been agreed. A proposal has been brought before this House by the majority whip. I don't find it difficult for us now to say, let us go now and start thinking on how as counties, as senators, we can engage our people and especially give the task to governors to raise more revenue so that at least when the formula apply, then at least there will be enough own source revenue going by the counties. Mr. Speaker, we continue fighting because we are poor. If we were all working very hard, if we were all paying our taxes correctly and timely, we would generate enough resources. And I am sure, because most of the governors in this country have sat there to enjoy and do not care about how much money the revenue they wait, because that is why when you compare when we are in the defunct county councils, more money used to be raised, yet the revenue streams that used to apply that particular time are not as many as this time. So we have a challenge as a nation, we have a challenge as the leaders of this country to come with ways and see how we can generate more revenue. And out of generation of more revenue, then there will be enough money to share. We will not continue fighting because of poverty. Let us think out of the box. Let us create wealth so that there is money to share. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Olekina.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على من بعث علينا نبي مرشدا أما بعد. Baada ya kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, tukizungumza twaomba Kenya. Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala baada ya kuweza kuwa ameumba viumbe mbalimbali akavijalia juu ya mgongo wa ardhi, na Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala kwa uwezo wake na yeye akiwa ni muumba wa mbingu na ardhi, na akaumba kila kilichomo katika mbingu na ardhi, akajalia baina ya maisha ya vitu vitakavyoishi kuna sehemu mbili kuu, kuna uhai na umauti. Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala kuweka uhai na umauti ni katika moja kuweza kumuita mwanadamu au kila kilichokalifishwa katika ibada kiweze kumtambua Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Katika aya suratul Baqara aya ya 155 mpaka 157 anazungumzia zile challenge ambazo kwamba tampatia mwanadamu ili aweze mwanadamu kumtambua nani muumba wake, ni nani anayempa riziki, ni nani anayempa maradhi na akamponyesha, na ni nani anayepata kumpa chakula. Allah tabaraka wa taala anatuambia wala nabuluwannakum, bila shaka kwa hakika tutawapeni mitihani. Kuwapa mitihani ni binadamu na majini, hasa hawa ndio wamekalifishwa katika kufanya ibada. Japokuwa kila kilichoumbwa na Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala kinamsabihi Mwenyezi Mungu na kinamtukuza Mwenyezi Mungu kutokamana na lugha yake kilivyoumbwa nacho. Kwa hiyo Mwenyezi Mungu ni ahadi ameshaiweka kuwa wala nabuluwannakum, tutawapeni mitihani. Na aliposema tutawapeni mitihani hakusema maskini wala raisi wala tajiri wala yoyote ambayo kwamba yeye ameumbwa na Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Mwenyezi anasema wala nabuluwannakum, wallahi tutawapeni mitihani bishai'in, kwa jambo lolote. Aya hii ilikuwa inatoshezea tu kusema bishai'in, iwe imetosha. Kwa jambo lolote litakalokuwa, ima ni maradhi, kama vile tunavyoona dunia nzima imekumbwa na maradhi, dunia nzima imekumbwa na janga la hofu, dunia nzima imekumbwa na janga la njaa. Kwa hiyo Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala anasema bishai'in, kwa jambo lolote, minal khawfi, kutokana na hofu, wal ju'i, na njaa, wa naqsin minal amwali, na kupungukiwa na mali kama vile tunavyoona duniani, wal anfusi, na nafsi kuondoka, vifo mbalimbali kama vile tunavyoona, wa thamarati, na matunda pia vile vile, wa bashiri sabirin. Lakini Mwenyezi anasema wapeni bishara wenye kusubiri. Kwa hiyo hili janga lilotukumba, Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala tuambia tufanye subira na tumuombe Mwenyezi Mungu atuondoshe matatizo haya kwa dunia nzima, na hasa katika nchi yetu tuliyoishi hii ya Kenya. Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala awarudishe watu kwenye hali zao walizokuwa nazo za utulivu, za ibada na kutafuta riziki zao na afya zao, na Mwenyezi Mungu atuepushe na janga kama hili. Mwenyezi Mungu ajalie haya tunayozungumza kwa leo iwe ni moja katika baraka ya Mwenyezi Mungu Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, kutupa utulivu na kutondoshea janga hili la coronavirus. Mwenyezi Mungu atujalie miongoni mwa watu wenye kusikia na wenye kufuata maamrisho ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Wassalamu alaykum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
When the world changed, it made us go back to the simple joys and love the little things even more, like serving up your best, eating together, and sharing more. Now, we'll take nothing for granted and always remember to taste the simple joys. Coca-Cola. Taste the simple joys.
The date for the FA Cup final is set, and so are we, as Arsenal and Chelsea face off again on the 1st of August at Wembley. The All-London affair will be broadcast live and exclusive on KBC Channel 1 this Saturday from 7:30 p.m.
Cesar Azpilicueta again for Giroud. Oh, and it's found a way through.
Heads up. It is a showdown worth your wait.
Gaki, wawezaje unituangia simu saa hii Gaki? Saa zile tu nimewekelea matoke yangu kwa mesa. Niko tayari kukula, wewe ukikula kwako mimi ukusumbua. Gaki, hii simu sisiki yake ya nani? Mimi ukusumbua ukikula kwako. Basi wewe ngoja nimalize matoke yangu tena utanitwangia.
Kupata matoke, bonyeza star 811 star 965 hash. Bonyeza star 811 star 965 hash.
This Tuesday on KBC Channel 1.
If there was anything more I could do for Julia and this gym.
Everyone has their life to lead.
Didn't show up for training.
Where is he?
Hustling somewhere, I suppose. You see what is happening? I warned you.
I can't afford to have him on my books right now.
According to the document, it appears that she is the owner.
What? So you mean my father never paid her?
No, we're not sure.
The secret is all in the coordination. You want me to help?
In love with Ramon.
Queen Niharika tells Lady Helena and Mir Khurasan about her doubts, and Mir Khurasan decides to keep an eye on Ashok. To instigate Mir Khurasan, Ashok deliberately drops a message close to him, and believing it to be true, Mir Khurasan decides to follow Ashok.
Who are you? And without permission, how did you enter here?
Please forgive me, Prince. What is this?
This is my sword. But first you have to answer my question.
I've come here to meet the handmaiden. I'm the Emperor's bodyguard. I've just come to make sure that the handmaiden is not showing any laxness in serving her punishment.
How long does she need to serve this punishment?
Why?
That's because I miss her a lot. She's very nice. I just don't know why father punished her. You know, she used to recite stories to me. She used to feed me food and used to play with me. She is very nice.
I'm sure she's going by your words. However, don't worry. Until her punishment doesn't get over, I will play with you.
Really? Will you teach me how to fight battles so that when I grow up, I can also become a great warrior like my brother? For 2 consecutive years, Brother Sushim has been proclaimed the mighty warrior.
I will teach you so that you can also become a great warrior like your elder brother.
Really?
How much for these mangoes?
1 pun for a dozen.
It's 1 panna for 1 dozen. What about the bananas?
2 dozens a pun.
Okay, I'll take the bananas.
Commander, what a pleasant surprise!
So I was right. Ashok has come here to meet Dharma.
After you left, Kallata can't come here. He stopped me. Or else Ashok would have been.
For how long will you hold yourself back? The more you wait, the more Ashok will grow in stature for your father. And who knows, someday he will grow so big in stature that he is going to topple you. And that will be your end.
Hey! Shut up! Whose friend are you? Mine or his?
You can slap me again. Neither the truth that is just stated is going to change, nor the fact that I am your friend.
By the way, you are right. However, I don't understand what am I supposed to do.
Friendship. Befriend Ashok.
What do you want? Sometimes you advise me to befriend Ahankara and sometimes ask me to befriend Ashok. Mother, I'm not a puppet. Have a point of view as well. And as for befriending Ashok, it is not possible in this lifetime.
Sushil, I'm not asking you to become Ashok's friend. Rather, I'm asking you to make Ashok believe that you are his friend. You understand the difference between the two? You can't defeat Ashok by force. But with love and trust, you can manipulate him. That fool's goodness is his weakness. You have to take advantage out of that and obtain necessary information from him. It's crucial for us to find the other son of your father. Aren't you ashamed?
You?
What's the matter? You look exhausted. Have you come running from somewhere?
Where were you since morning?
Why?
Your Emperor's bodyguard. I haven't seen you with him since morning.
Yes, I had gone out.
Where?
Here only, nearby to the market.
Why?
Just like that. I went out to have some jaggery and grams. Have you ever eaten that? It is very tasty. But what's the matter? Is there anything important?
leave from here. I wonder where Dharma is hiding with her son. I have looked for her everywhere. What if she has not left partly